improve lives around the world. Learn more at lemelson.org. From the Lodestar Foundation, inspired by the maxim that helping someone else less fortunate is a path to a happier, healthier, and more meaningful life. Learn more at lodestarfoundation.org. And from the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation at macfound.org.
Local issues, national headlines, and your perspectives. Join us for Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you and members of the GBH Champions and Beacon Circles. These most generous annual contributors lead the way in sustaining GBH as a public media resource available and free to all. Learn more at gbh.org/support.
What if women were hidden among the ranks of ancient Rome's fearsome gladiators? A group of experts searches for evidence of these queens of combat. Watch Secrets of the Dead tonight at 10 on GBH2.
This week on Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, can a simple thank you be a building block for improving physical and mental health? Scientific research says yes. Why millions of Americans have adopted a gratitude practice as part of their wellness routine. That's Under the Radar with me, Callie Crossley, tonight at 9 here on 89.7 GBH and the GBH app.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on the 11 o'clock hour BPR, live from the library. Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and tens of thousands of protesters in Minnesota, Maine, and beyond are standing up to ICE, protesting the administration's cruel policies. While the richest people in America, the Tim Cooks, the Jeff Bezoses, are kowtowing to Daddy Trump. What do you make of the courage of everyday people standing up and the weakness of those with the most knuckling under? Please call or text.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then we'll check in with Jared Bowen, host of The Culture Show, on the politicization of artistic spaces, the documentary about the stabbing attack on author Salman Rushdie, and coming layoffs at Boston's Museum of Fine Arts. It's all ahead in the 11 o'clock hour at BPR, GBH, and NEPM, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is defending the U.S. military operation in Venezuela. Speaking to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee at this hour, Rubio says the Trump administration wants to see a growing democracy in Venezuela.
The end state here is we want to reach a phase of transition where we are left with a friendly, stable, prosperous Venezuela, and democratic, in which all elements of society are represented in free and fair elections.
In prepared remarks, the ranking Democrat on the committee, Senator Jeanne Shaheen, says the U.S. has traded one dictator for another in Venezuela. She says the U.S. naval blockade around Venezuela is costing taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. NPR has learned that 3 more people have resigned from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. 6 federal prosecutors previously quit after the Justice Department pressured them to investigate the widow of Renee Macklin Good, killed by federal agents this month. NPR has also learned that an FBI agent who tried to investigate Good's killing resigned last week after being pressured to drop the issue. Congress is a day closer to a potential government shutdown. Democrats are seeking to overhaul a spending bill for Homeland Security after the killings of Minneapolis protesters. NPR's Barbara Sprunt has more.
At one point, it looked like the Senate would easily pass a 6-bill funding package this week. But now, Senate Democrats are vowing to block the package with the bill for DHS, which includes ICE funding as is. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats are prepared to pass the rest of the funding package while overhauling the Homeland Security bill. The timing is tricky. Changes to the 6-bill spending package for 2026 would mean another vote in the House, which is in recess this week. Current funding for many federal agencies runs out after Friday. Barbara Sprunt, NPR News, Washington.
President Trump is suggesting Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar orchestrated an attack on herself last night in Minneapolis. He provided no evidence to support his assertion. NPR's Danielle Kurtz-Laban reports Omar is one of Trump's main targets in his speeches and interviews.
Trump mocked Omar in his economic speech in Des Moines ahead of the attack, and this month has also talked about her in speeches at Davos and the Detroit Economic Club, as well as during multiple interviews. ABC's Rachel Scott posted on social media that she spoke to Trump this morning, and he said he hadn't seen video of the attack. He added of Omar, quote, "I don't think about her. I think she's a fraud. I really don't think about that. She probably had herself sprayed, knowing her." Video from the town hall showed a man approaching Omar and spraying her with an unknown substance. After the attack, an apparently unhurt Omar insisted on continuing to speak to her audience. Danielle Kurtz-Laban, NPR News.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up more than 20 points. You're listening to NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Massachusetts domestic air travelers 18 and older who haven't yet gotten their real IDs or other acceptable forms of identification will begin paying a $45 confirmed ID fee starting this Sunday, February 1st. The Transportation Security Administration, or TSA, says the fee is designed to recover administrative costs associated with additional screening, including database checks. TSA says the additional screening without a real ID can take about 10 to 30 minutes, and fees can be prepaid at pay.gov to speed up the process. But the TSA adds there's no guarantee it'll be able to confirm the ID of all travelers. The confirm ID is good for 10 days from the date of travel, and to get a real ID in Massachusetts, you must make an appointment for an in-person visit at a Registry of Motor Vehicle Service Center or AAA branch if you are a member. Well, we're keeping our eyes on another possible storm. National Weather Service tells us a system moving up the East Coast could move offshore completely, but there's still a chance of another major snowstorm. With that said, Newsflash Nancy checked in earlier today saying that some secondary roads are still pretty slick and not all roads have been totally cleared, meaning there's nothing worse than a two-way street that's now a one-lane two-way street. Increasing clouds, low 20s today. We are at 18 degrees outside our studios here in Brighton. I'm Henry Santoro. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include FJC, a foundation of donor-advised funds working to maximize the impact of charitable giving and to create customized philanthropic solutions. Learn more at fjc.org.
He's Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Governor Maura Healey will join us from 12 to 1 on Friday here at the library. And the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, will be back February 10th from noon to 1. And starting Monday, we are going to be on 11 to 1. And our buddy Edgar B. Hewitt III is going to have his Curiosity Desk show after us from 1 to 2. And then Jared at 2 to 3.
I have one word to say to that.
What?
Hallelujah. So, for every day the Trump administration's masked immigration agents terrorize our neighbors, there have been bold acts of resistance from everyday members of our communities. If you didn't see this, you really missed something. In Minnesota, it's Uber drivers like Ahmed bin Hassan, whose encounters with immigration agents have gone viral. Here he is with CNN's Aaron Barnett, talking about how he remained calm when confronting Border Patrol agents, including, by the way, Mr. Macho himself, Greg Bovino, who asked for proof of citizenship and where he was born because he had an accent. And in fact, the agent said, "Your accent is not like mine." This is while bin Hassan was waiting to pick up customers at the airport in Minneapolis.
It was very obvious to me by the way Border Patrol was acting with me unprofessionally that they really didn't care about my identity. There's something else other than what was obvious that was going on. I'm a Muslim man, and my faith tells me to fear God. But we're humans, obviously, when there's overwhelming force and terror facing you, especially when it's being given a label of legitimacy because of the uniform or the officer that's using the gun or the badge on you, you could definitely be startled a bit or be fearful. But I wasn't, because I've had so much interactions with law enforcement in my American life.
So here's a black guy who's lived in the country since he was 17 years old, working while he was impeded, which is really an understatement, by Border Patrol agents, saying that actually his decades of being racially profiled by police in America helped him stay calm and alive when faced by this harassment from federal agents. Meanwhile, huge tech companies, which once fought tooth and nail for privacy protections against the government, are giving over data, partnering with surveillance companies in daily acts of capitulation. And we have the uber rich, like Apple's Tim Cook and Amazon's Jeff Bezos, those who have the most power and influence, doing nothing to stand up to Trump. In fact, they bend over backwards regularly to be in his favor. A wonderful example being Bezos and Amazon paying a $40 million bribe to Melania Trump to do that documentary that comes out this weekend. So the lines are open at 877-301-8970. What do you make of the fact that the people who do have power in Congress and in the corporate world are standing back and standing by, while the resistance is coming from the people who have little to no power, coming together, or at times boldly acting alone, ordinary people showing extraordinary courage? And when you heard the story of Bin Hassan, and Marjorie's going to share the story of another incredible person in Minneapolis in a second, would you have the courage to stand up like they did? 877-301-8970.
Yeah, the second person that really impressed a lot of us was, she was interviewed by Anderson Cooper on CNN last night. She was nicknamed the pink coat lady because she was in the video where you saw Alex Preddy get gunned down. Her name is Stella Carson. She does a lot of things like face painting for kids and stuff like that at parties. But she recorded the fatal encounter between ICE agents and Alex Preddy, and she was courageous enough to have her name and face on television last night. Here she is talking about what she saw.
I was terrified, but I was more worried about this not being documented. I just, no way was I going to leave Alex by himself, undocumented. Like, that wasn't an option. I mean, obviously somebody was just executed in the street. I knew I was in danger. We all were, but I wasn't going to leave if we weren't all cleared out. And if it wasn't for the collective actions over the past 3 weeks, I don't know if I would have been able to stay that long.
She was incredible for like 20 minutes.
She was
of
incredible.
Courage.
And
incredible.
She talked about watching him die. She said, I remember seeing him arching his back and his head rolling back. I knew he was gone because I watched it. And then they came over to try to perform some type of medical aid by ripping his clothes open with scissors, maneuvering his body around like a rag doll, only discovered that it could be because they wanted to count the bullet holes to see how many they got into him like he's a deer.
So our questions, as I say, are quite direct. Why is it that ordinary people who have much to fear show great courage and are standing up and resisting, while the people who have the power and the wealth to resist are totally and completely in the tank? By the way, we mentioned Tim Cook. Tim Cook has taken a lot of crap from shareholders and employees for going to the premiere out on Friday, the documentary about Melania, for which Amazon gave her $40 million and is spending $35 million more to promote this thing that apparently nobody wants to see. I have to say one thing. This hasn't come up. You know, the director of this film is Bruce Ratner.
That's right.
And one thing that's really important for people to know, what's his first name, John?
Brett
Ratner, my apologies. The one condition that Melania and Donald Trump had for the director, because she got to pick the director, is they had to find somebody who is credibly accused of rape at some point in his past, and be accused by at least six women of sexual harassment or abuse, which Brett Ratner had been. By the way, he wasn't charged for any of these things, but read the accusations against this guy.
He wasn't charged.
Pretty credible.
These women came forward mostly during the Me Too movement. And so many of the women that came forward during that time had never told anybody, and they didn't report it to police because often things don't go well when you report sex crimes to the police. But one of them was Olivia Munn, the well-known actress, and she talked about how this guy, when she was a young aspiring actress, she went into this guy Ratner's trailer to deliver him a meal, and he masturbated in front of her. So that was lovely. But anyway, he is the director of the film. But Tim Cook is taking a lot of grief. There's a headline on The Verge that says, quote, "Here's Tim Cook hanging out with accused rapist Brett Ratner at the Melania screening." And then it goes on to talk about the employees at Apple who are very, very upset because Apple used to be sort of down with so-called progressive values. Tim Cook was all down with Black Lives Matter during after George Floyd was killed, and they talked about site to MLK to honor MLK last Monday. As we all know, the president's way to honor MLK was to previously national parks had been free on MLK Day, but he changed that. He got rid of that. He's busy basically wiping out a lot of Black history all across the country. We've talked about that many times with Jared, and national parks are going to be free now on Trump's birthday.
877-301-8970. Pete in New Hampshire texts, "We wouldn't be in this mess if Democrats just enforced the border laws to begin with. Trump proved a president can secure the border without new legislation." It is true, Pete, that Biden was slow to the game, but as I'm sure you know, Pete, but obviously didn't have time to text, there was a bipartisan proposal. It was pretty draconian that Biden endorsed late, admittedly, and it was killed, as you know, by candidate Trump because it wouldn't have allowed him to have that issue in the
But here's
campaign.
the thing. Trump did close the border, and that was the big issue during the election,
Yeah.
close the border. So the border is essentially closed now. Why not just declare victory? Because running around, the Globe has got a story today about a nurse on the front page of the paper who was in the nursing assistant, I should say, in the process of trying to get her citizenship.
This is a woman in Maine.
This is a woman in Maine because the ICE agents are up in Maine, and we're going to play some sound from her getting pulled over. People don't want to hear this kind of thing in their homes. They certainly don't want to hear it in Maine. Can we play a little sound just to give you an idea of what it sounded like when this woman was detained by ICE? She came to the country from Angola. She's trying to get her citizenship, and she's a nursing assistant. And here she is. Okay, I think that gives us an idea. And when it goes on like that for some time, her name is Fatima Lucas Enrique. She's one of hundreds arrested by ICE in Maine. I think to Pete's point, I don't think people want people that have been in the country for decades, working and having jobs, or a woman like this that's a nursing assistant who's trying to get citizenship. I don't think we want to see them getting pulled out of cars or arrested in courtrooms or dragged out of schools. They want the worst of the worst, not people who came here to make a better life. I think that's the problem for the president, and I don't think there's any indication he's going to stop that.
We're going to get to your calls in a second, 877-301-8970. Adam from New Hampshire texts and says, and I'll summarize because it's a little bit long, a majority of American people support the deporting of illegal immigrants. Again, you're cherry picking there. They supported getting rid of the worst, overwhelming percentages, close to 2-1, do not support what ICE is doing in places like Minneapolis. There was another coward who texted anonymous a second ago saying we weren't mentioning something. Can you put that back up so I can read that fraud's comment? And by the way, if you believe anybody, we're not presenting a full picture and a fair picture of anything, and occasionally we do screw up, call us on the phone at 877-301-8970. Here's Mr. or Ms. Anonymous. If you had an ounce of credibility, you would give equal time and talk about the violent criminals that are getting picked up by ICE and deported. You conveniently pretend none of that is happening. So shameful. Well, if you had an ounce of credibility, you'd call on the phone, friend, and tell us who they are. You'd also mention that one of the horrible criminals that was targeted the day that Alex Preddy was killed had no criminal record, and you might even show that you're concerned that an ICU nurse was murdered by the federal government, but obviously you didn't have time for that. 877-301-8970.
The problem with the texter's message is that they lie all the time. We know that now. The whole nation knows that now. Even Republicans know that. Even Fox News knows that they lie all the time.
But Renee Good was viciously running over the federal officer, wasn't she?
Well, that's right. But I think we have learned.
No, it's not right.
No,
it's not right.
That's
complete lie.
That was their lie.
Yeah.
And they were lying, obviously, about Mr. Alex Preddy too. But I think in this last shooting, they've been exposed for their lies. So it's a little bit the problem. I was trying to say is that it turns out that they are lying about the crimes that these people have committed. We saw that in Venezuela when 250 Venezuelan people that were here from Venezuela, 250 of them got sent to that horror torture prison in El Salvador.
Yeah.
8 had committed violent crimes, as far as we know. 8 of 250. So how would you feel if you were one of the 242, that was sent there and had not committed violent crimes to a place where you're tortured? That's the problem. They're lying. And if they had all these murderers and rapists, I'd like more names, please, of the murderers and rapists.
By the way, one last thing. We mentioned Tim Cook in black tie the night that Preddy was murdered, going to that gala at the White House for Melania. This is an early review. My favorite review of the Melania movie from Variety, quote, "If this movie were shown on an airplane, people would still walk out." 877-301-8970. Chuck in Brighton, hi.
Hey guys, just real quick, from what the previous texter just said, I mean, ICE is no longer immigration and custom enforcement because the Trump administration is planning on using them as their personal bodyguards at the Olympics this winter in Italy.
By the way, that's true. People think that Chuck is being cute. That is, we just learned that this morning too at the Winter Olympics.
The Italians are furious.
Yeah, the mayor of Milan said they are not welcome there. I'm sure you know that too, Chuck. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah. So, it's insane. It's insane. But I just kind of want what you guys are talking about with the tech CEOs. There was an open letter that was signed by I think 800 employees to the tech to the public and to the tech CEOs saying that we need to be stepping up, and it's apparent that Trump listens to these people because Trump and the administration were going to do a surge in San Francisco, and the CEO of NVIDIA and I think Salesforce personally called him and asked him not to do it, and he sent out a Truth Social about it, that's why he didn't do it. So, I have called in before to talk about general strike, and other people have been talking about general strike, and it's gaining momentum. But the biggest force that can make an impact in striking are the tech employees, because maybe then the only thing that these people listen to is capital. And if the tech people start losing capital, then maybe that can make a difference.
Wonderful point, Chuck. You made a lot of great points. Thanks for the call.
Well, the excuse for Tim Cook is that iPhones would cost $3,000 a piece if Trump were to reimpose the tariffs he talked about before. So, as someone wrote in the story, where's this from? Archive.com is a good website. He says, the unpleasant reality of Cook's fiduciary duty is he needs to pander to criminals who want to destroy our democracy in order to ward off tariffs that would tank iPhone sales. He could have said he had a sore throat or something on Saturday and not gone. He's already given.
No, he could have also said, "I'm sorry, I am mourning as much of America as the murder of a proud resistor in Minneapolis, so I can't be there tonight."
Well, he's taking a lot of grief from his employees, and Jeff Bezos seems to have not been there, even though he made the movie. There were people from his honchos from Amazon were not there, but as far as the reporting I've seen, Bezos himself was not there. Anyway.
I fear that this Ahmed bin Hassan, who we mentioned at the top, and you mentioned Stella Carson getting lost in the shuffle. I don't know how you reacted. I was frozen with respect and admiration for the courage of these people. Listen a little bit more of what bin Hassan had to say about being racially profiled by these Border Patrol characters at Minneapolis Airport.
I was startled, and I said, we're using accents now to verify citizenship? Are we using... It was just absurd to hear that, for the first time in my life. I'm like, accents? Wow, there's so many different accents in America, right? There's the Spanish accent, there's the Italian accent, there's the Boston accent, there's the Texas accent, there's the Arkansas accent, which I'm not a big fan of.
I love that part. There's the Arkansas accent that I'm not a big fan of. The courage they showed, and both of them said, bin Hassan mentioned that he was a Muslim. He was told only to fear God, but based upon how this government has reacted and what he's lived through since 17, obviously you feel fear. Stella Carlson said she was terrified, yet they did what they thought they had to do for their fellow citizens and for this country. And it is really, really fabulous. John in Westford, hi.
Hi, I want to be the caller that represents those Texers that say you're misrepresenting things.
Sure.
But the first thing is, it could just be that the rich and powerful don't want to don't want to alienate half of their customers.
Yeah.
You know, and it's because 50% of the people were really moved by Trump's push towards illegal immigration.
John, you weren't listening. John, if I may, I'm sorry. You got to update your numbers. They were, and it's one of the reasons he was elected, and now more than 60% of them oppose the tactics that the ICE people are doing to implement his policy. You can't leave that out of your analysis. It is totally changed. He is underwater on immigration. Go ahead.
But go ahead, John.
Why? I still wouldn't want to alienate 40% of my customers. Plus, maybe that's the way they feel. But a typical example of something being misrepresented would be, do you remember Garcia, obviously, when he was deported?
Yep.
He was actually adjudicated by 2 different judges that he was a gang member. He was ordered to be deported. And when he was arrested in Tennessee,
that's not true,
when
John.
he was arrested in Tennessee, he had 5 illegal immigrants with him. He was trafficking. Now, my fact,
John, I'm sorry.
That's wrong.
John,
that's wrong.
Neither of those allegations are true. That's Fox News.
Or DHS. That's what I'm talking about, them lying. They lied about that. That was not true. He was not adjudicated to be a gang member. They lied.
John, I will make a commitment to you because you're a good caller. No. You're a good caller. If you can send us to bpr.wgbh.org any sources of the 2 allegations you just made, I give you my promise we'll read them on the air as soon as we get them. So please do.
Well, it can't be from Fox News because...
no, from a real news source. John, thanks for the call.
It is incredible. There was a whole story in the New York Times today about or maybe it was yesterday, about the lies that Fox is telling to they're buying the administration's version of events, and the reason they buy the administration's version of events is about money, because when they criticized Trump, when they said he lost the election and Trump was claiming he won the election, they lost a lot of viewers and they're afraid of losing money there. But it's interesting because in Rupert Murdoch's other 2 publications, the New York Post, well, he's got a lot of publications in London too, including the Times of London, which is like the New York Times of London. It's a great newspaper. But the Wall Street Journal and the New York Post, they have gone after Trump on this one. So it's interesting. There's a bifurcation there, or whatever you call it. If you're one in one place and 2 you're in another place, that's probably a trifurcation.
Did you say what was your reaction when that the ICE or Border Patrol guy said to bin Hassan, "What country were you born in?" And I don't remember what bin Hassan said, and his follow-up was, "You have an accent not like mine."
There was a Somalian woman.
Such racism, it's unbelievable.
There wasn't a video, but it was sound of a Somalian woman that was stopped by ICE in Minnesota. They kept asking you, "Where are you from?" She said, "I live here." "What's your country from?" Where are you from?" "I live here. This has been my home for whatever many years." They kept harassing her to tell them where she lived, and she wouldn't do it. I'm not sure. I don't think she was detained. I think she managed to get out of it.
90-some% of the people from Somalia who live in Minnesota, I think it's 92%, I don't know the precise number, are citizens of the United States. Not that the 8% who are not deserve to be abused by the Greg Bovinos of the world, but those are the facts.
Amy in Rhode Island, thank you for calling.
Amy, we only have 30 seconds. Our real apologies.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for talking about this today, guys.
Sure.
What I would just say is I worked for Apple. I'm a former Apple employee, and when I got out of the military, started working for Apple, it was amazing. It opened my eyes to all the different types of people in the world and their beliefs, and it breaks my heart right now that Tim Cook is acting in this way, despite, I get the former callers, he's got to sell iPhones, but at some point it comes down to morality.
Amen.
Well, I think that's the problem.
Amen,
it's become all
Amy.
about
Thank
money
you.
and nothing about morality. Anyway, we're going to take some more of your calls and texts coming up. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
origin story of the human species is something of a puzzle. Fossil evidence is hard to find.
The evidence are limited because it's very complicated to find a whole individual with all the data that you need to explain the things.
But scientists in Morocco think they found a significant clue. That story is next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Subaru of New England. Wherever New England takes you, the all-wheel drive Subaru Outback is designed to keep you moving through every season. Subaru retailer locations at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And Babson College, where you can advance your career with an MBA or specialized master's at the school ranked number 2 best college in the United States by the Wall Street Journal 2025. Babson.edu/grad programs.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH. We're talking about two Americas in this country, the powerful and uber wealthy, the Tim Cooks, the Jeff Bezoses, kowtowing to Donald Trump, and ordinary people showing great courage, like Stella Carlson, the woman in the pink coat, as she was called, who videoed the execution of Alex Preddy and this bin Hassan Uber driver at Minneapolis Airport, who, I forgot about this, who had the courage when Greg Bovino showed up to dress him down about the killing of Renee Good. Talk about courage and morality. And by the way, people, a couple of, John from Western and somebody else said, well, they're worried about, that percentage of their people who are, on the other side of this issue. Remember when Michael Jordan said Republicans buy sneakers too?
Yeah.
I mean, the reality is sometimes, as that woman just called who used to work for Apple, sometimes you have to take a stand. It's about morality, and they have shown that they have very little. 877-301-8970.
Here's a good one from Marianne from Franklin. Where are the celebrities? They have such power. Where's Taylor Swift, John Legend, Tom Hanks, Denzel Washington, Beyonce? People that have the celebrity world has not been really outspoken about.
Well, a lot of
this.
athletes have. We talked about that with Trenny.
We did.
But that's a very good point.
The same day they had the big party at Mar-a-Lago showing Melania's film was the day that they postponed the Minnesota Timberlakes basketball game. Remember the NBA till Sunday, and both those coaches spoke out about their horror.
By the way, that party was at the White House, and it couldn't be in the East Wing, which it ordinarily would have been, because the East Wing has been torn down. So they had it in a makeshift film
the
studio.
theater was demolished, so they had to move it to a different place. And another texter says the super rich are with Trump because they want a white Christian America. I don't know if that's all, but anyway, stop being naive. He says this is all about racism and misogyny. It's nothing to do with immigration. Stop giving air to the minority view about immigration.
You shook your head about a white Christian America. I mean, don't you think that's what Trump wants? And by supporting Trump, that's what you're supporting,
you mean
it?
You don't think he was all about fighting anti-Semitism?
Yeah. 877-301-8970. And again, even though none of you are calling about Carlson or bin Hassan, please go to the CNN website when you have time later today or tonight. And they're fairly long interviews. Watch Aaron Burnett with bin Hassan and watch Anderson Cooper with Carlson. And I'll tell you, if you're feeling scared, it'll really inspire you to strength.
I should point out, I'm not in this world, so a lot of these phrases aren't familiar to me. But the New York Times is reporting today how the Trump administration's social media posts echo white supremacist messaging. You can look at it and see some of these things. Apparently, We'll Have Our Home Again is some song that is very popular with a neo-Nazi and white supremacist accounts, and that's one of the recruitment for the Department of Homeland Security. The ad says We'll Have Our Home Again, and stuff like that's familiar in these circles. So I don't know that we're really on an anti-Semitism crusade when you're posting things that have echoes of white supremacy and Nazism.
Josh in the car. Welcome, Josh. Hi.
Hey, thanks for having me on the show.
You too.
Hey, so, a few things. I think that Tim Cook and all these CEOs, because they're same old tired playbook about class war instead of having right versus left. We should be fighting rich versus poor, not right versus left.
Great point, Josh.
These tired playbooks continue to work, so why would they be worried? They don't need to be worried, because at the end of the day, they can just flip a switch and silence whatever voices they want. And Palantir's creating technology to have these mini drones to off people. Project Esther is Project 2026, which is the Heritage Foundation's way to obliterate 100 million Americans. So this has never been about immigration. This has never been, otherwise we wouldn't have a Department of Homeland Redundancy. We wouldn't need an NSA, an FBI, a CIA, a DOD, which now they want to rebrand as a Department of War because they are all about rebranding, right? Because that's all they're about. Terrible rebranding efforts that don't get anywhere but to fill their pocketbooks and back whatever hateful rhetoric they want to throw at us.
Well
I'm
said,
so
Josh.
glad. I'm
Thank you.
so glad you called. Speaking about Martin Luther King, that was one of his big things too. That black, white, whatever you are, poor and working class have got to unite against the oligarchs. And it is incredible, really, when you think about Trump's cabinet. It's all full of billionaires. I mean, a few of them are just millionaires, but a lot of them are billionaires. That guy Scott Bessent, whatever his name
Secretary of Treasury.
he's on some show talking about how, he didn't want to do anything in terms of real estate. He didn't want to do anything to the mom and pop types that only have like 10 or 12 houses. I'm thinking mom and pop types with 10 or 12 houses. What is he talking about? A lot of mom and pops have 0 houses. Barry in Boston, thank you for calling.
Hey, Jim and Marjorie. Thanks for all you do.
Thanks.
I just wanted to point out to the caller who just said that Tim Cook was making a decision so as not to offend 40% of his customer base. If you do the math, instead he's choosing to offend 60% of his customer base.
Well, on that note, Barry, before you continue,
right?
Denise and Dennis Mass just said, oh my gosh, alienating customers. So killing ICU nurses and artists is okay for the customers.
He's probably not even going to alienate that many people because a lot of people, am I going to get rid of my MacBook and my
Some
Apple
people are texting
phone
but Barry, I
tomorrow?
interrupted you.
Probably not.
Go ahead, Barry.
No, that's all I had to say. It's just, let alone the immorality of what's being done, or the fact that if they destroyed everything that's made our country so great and allowed a company like Apple to flourish and innovate and create everything that they have, it's the definition of biting the hand that feeds.
Yeah.
Well said, Barry. Thank you for calling.
And a lot of these stories talk about the people that have done a lot of the innovation at Apple, and so many thousands of their employees are immigrants. They came here from another country, probably quite recently. Probably came here for college and never.
No, but
never
I
went
think
back.
it's fair to say if you're Trump, if you're either white or wealthy, and you're an immigrant, that's okay. Don't you think?
Well, he wants to make exceptions
I know
for
he does. That's
really
exactly
smart
right.
immigrants to come here. Anyway, we are moving on now. We're going to talk up next with Jared Bowen from The Culture Show. We're going to talk about the story about the knife attack on Salman Rushdie. It's just turned into a documentary. And what else?
You're going to go to see Melania? Speaking of you're going to go to see Melania?
I really should go see Melania for journalistic purposes.
I've been hesitating to say that I actually have a reservation for 2:15 on Saturday. Because people are going to say, why are you giving money to that?
Is it sold out?
There are no tickets sold except mine.
Okay.
So Monday
We
I'll
are out of
report.
time. Like I said, we're going to talk with Jared Bowen. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Jared Bowen next.
I'm Jared Bowen. Tune into The Culture Show for daily discourse on the arts and culture scene, and join us for what is a continuous conversation about the state of the arts with the most interesting thinkers, innovators, and creators in the region and beyond. From the poets to the painters to the power brokers who hold the purse strings. It's all here on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Direct Federal Credit Union, a Needham-based financial institution providing loans, saving solutions, and financial wellness resources for members across every stage of life. Learn more by visiting direct.com. Direct Federal, member NCUA. And Brightbound. It's never too early to start thinking about what comes next, and Brightbound helps students from middle school through high school discover rewarding careers. Learn more at BRITE found.org.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Rowley, live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Noon to 1 on Friday. The governor is here for an hour of Ask the Governor. Joined now at the library desk by GBH News executive arts editor, host of The Culture Show, which airs daily here on 89.7 at 2 p.m., including today live from the Boston Public Library. And by the way, we'll get to that later. Our friends in Western Mass, they can get their extra dose of Jared and Company Saturdays at 7 p.m. on 88.5 NEPM. Hello, Jared.
Hey there.
Hey, Jared. So tell us the latest news out of the Kennedy-Trump Center down there in Washington, D.C.
The Trump-Kennedy Center to you.
Is the Trump-Kennedy Center okay?
Yeah, well,
he's second place now. Poor JFK,
disgusting.
Second place. I thought he was at least the first.
Go ahead, Jared.
Well, it's in signage only. Again, it takes an act of Congress to change the name to the Trump Kennedy Center. So it's still the Kennedy Center. And the big news this week is that Philip Glass, of course, the very acclaimed composer who had been commissioned to create a piece honoring Abraham Lincoln, and it's called Symphony No. 15, he withdrew from his performance, his upcoming performance and premiere of his new symphony with the National Symphony Orchestra, which is the orchestra in residence at the Kennedy Center. Philip Glass's reasoning is that the values of the Kennedy Center are now completely the opposite of what Abraham Lincoln believed and espoused, and so he's left. And we don't know where it's going, but I'm sure if they're smart, symphony orchestras around the country, including the BSO, and I'm sure in New York, are clamoring to have them premiere it at their places.
So when I read about this, I looked up what his Lincoln, Philip Glass, who's 88, by the way, what the thing was about. And it was about Lincoln's 1838 Lyceum address, which I'm embarrassed to say I knew nothing about. And so feel free to text me and say what a fool I am. It was warning that American democracy could be destroyed by internal mob violence, not foreign attack. And I think it was off the assassination of an abolitionist, or I think it was. So talk about timely. Obviously, this means he's a domestic terrorist, or whatever he's going to be called, for canceling this. But that's yet another courageous soul.
And he did this on the heels of Renee Fleming pulling out last week.
Right.
Because the difference here is we saw the Washington National Opera has moved out of the Kennedy Center as the resident opera company. The National Symphony Orchestra has said that it is staying. I think that's for a couple of reasons. One, they say they want to be apolitical, and they can do that with their music. But if you look deeper, there's also a $10 million funding line item that comes directly from the Kennedy Center to the National Orchestra. $10 million is a lot of money, especially for an arts organization right now, so that's part of the reason they're staying. But this is something, to your point, Jim, for timeliness, this is something that Philip Glass had been working on for years. In fact, he was quite late with this. It was supposed to be premiering about 5 years ago, but yes, he's now produced a piece that meets this moment.
Talking to Jared Bowen.
So before we get to the documentary about this knife attack on Salman Rushdie, we were lucky enough a couple of years ago to have him on with us in 2019 talking about his book, Key Shot, which is a story of an Indian American man who travels across America in pursuit of a celebrity television host. So we're playing this because it shows the humorous side of Salman Rushdie, which I think you don't really see that much. So here is Jim asking him a question.
Did you watch a lot of horrible American television to prepare for this?
I'm sorry to tell you that I did.
I figure, what was really at the bottom, would you say?
Oh, well, that has to be the Kardashians. But I watched a lot of bachelors and bachelorettes and all these different competition
shows. Did you
shows.
really? You really did?
Yeah, I did.
I watched Law & Order SUV, one of my favorite programs. Salman Rushdie.
Law & Order I watched, that's my addiction.
That was in 2019.
I'm glad I'm addicted to something Salman Rushdie's addicted to, too. It makes me feel a little less pathetic. But anyway, tell us about this incredible story about his wife filming his head and body after his knife attack.
So the reason we're talking about this is because the Sundance Film Festival is underway right now, and out at Sundance, this is where they premiere a lot of films, hoping to be picked up by distributors. So this is a new documentary by Alex Gibney that is now, with the buzz that it's gotten coming out of Sundance, will likely be one of the biggest purchase prices ever paid for a documentary out of Sundance, because it documents the attack against Salman Rushdie, in which he was stabbed 15 times up at Chautauqua. 15 times, head, neck, torso. And apparently this is very, very gory, but very intimate in terms of what this did to him. After he was or actually even while he was still in the hospital, he asked his wife, her name is Rachel Eliza Griffith, she herself is an artist, she's a photographer and now writer, to start documenting what had happened to him so that there would be a record of it. She one-upped him by having basically all of her videography equipment shipped from New York to his hospital room, their house in New York to his hospital room, and then began documenting it. So this is why you have this intimate look at the exact nature of the injuries that he sustained. I mean, obviously this was hugely significant. Cutting tendons, he lost sight in one eye. Some of the descriptions about what this looked like are incredible. But it has turned it into a pretty extraordinary, by all accounts, documentary. Alex Gibney is the same one who has looked at the detainees by the U.S. He's looked at Scientology. He has looked at Theranos, that scandal. So you have this very skilled eye looking at what has happened to Salman Rushdie. And then there's a whole other component of moving us back in time to the fatwa that was introduced against him, which resulted in this 24-year-old man stabbing him.
Explain why that came about to begin with. What had he said that so upset? Go ahead.
Well, it was basically the Satanic Verses, his novel, which had the Ayatollah issue the fatwa for what he had said about Islam and religion in the Arab world. And this person who stabbed him, a 24-year-old Lebanese American who's now serving 25 years in prison, had only read about a page and a half of the novel before taking it upon himself to leap onto the stage at this literary event where Salman Rushdie was speaking. So this moves us back in time, reminds us of the fatwa, and I think I also interviewed him when he had his memoir novel, Joseph Anton, released. And he was pretty cavalier over the last few years, as he now admits, about letting pretty much forgetting, thinking it was all over.
Out of the woods.
Yeah.
But you know what I thought was incredible? The detail that the wife would not let him see himself because he looked so gruesome, and apparently skin was hanging off, and it was just awful. So that's going to be tough to actually watch.
Tough but important, I think. This is, again, I've like Jim, who wants to see trials, even federal trials, placed on camera so that people can see. I'm in the camp of public executions in the United States should be televised so that we can see the full extent of reality of humanity and our governance and law.
In our name, these things being done. Yeah.
So he and his wife felt it was important to do this, and but I also think it's so fascinating because even I would think, how do you know that we are in a different era, that there wouldn't be people out to fulfill the Ayatollah's command from the 1980s, and clearly that wasn't the case.
You know, by the way, for someone who is so talented and so famous and such a brilliant writer, he was about as, I'm sure you got this, so down to earth and so normal and so warm. I mean, I was intimidated by the
Special Victims Unit. I mean, really, he's a big intellectual. Who knew?
One of the funniest scenes ever. What's the name of the movie that he has a cameo part in?
Bridget Jones.
Bridget Jones.
Bridget Jones.
He does. I wish I had thought of this before we started the segment. One of the funniest cameos ever in this film. In any case, we're talking to Jared Bowen. So, Jared Bowen, I never heard of Anthropic. Is that how you pronounce it?
This is the
company
AI
that is stealing these millions of books, even though it's not illegal, so I guess I shouldn't use the word. What are they doing in the furtherance of AI taking over the world?
Well, I didn't know Anthropic either, and I should have, because everybody had been telling me to use Claude as an AI tool, that was one of the best, but it's owned by Anthropic, which is one of the major media companies, along with Meta, Google, and OpenAI, which have been digesting the contents of books and then using that content of everything it subsumes to basically teach itself. And we've talked about this, and there was a big and there has been a settlement with authors saying that their copyrighted material has been used unlawfully to train AI. Well, now we're learning a little bit more about this. In the wake of the settlement, some of the documents from these lawsuits and that settlement have now been released so that we understand that these AI companies were not only downloading these books from sites where they definitely should not have been doing, but they were also buying up massive amounts of books, somewhere in the nature of 500,000 to maybe up to 2 million physical hard copies of books. Then they would take a hydraulic-powered cutting machine to dismantle them, scan them, and then just put the books in the recycle bin so that they could all be recycled, which is interesting because we talked about this, and it's illegal for these AI companies to download these books from pirated sites or wherever they're getting them, but it is legal for them to take something that's a physical copy. They could come here to the Boston Public Library, take a book as a loan and scan it. And so this is why the law is not so clear-cut. In fact, one of the judges has said that it may not be illegal what AI has done because it's essentially teaching AI, just the same way you would go to a university and have a professor teach you about literature, thereby passing on information for you to be inspired in your own studies or career.
I have to say, I didn't know what the state of the law was, and I'm not that clear on it now, but it seems to be that even if you are taking the work product of an author, as long as you are, and this is not the term of art, changing, you're not just republishing it and making money off it, but you're using it for a totally different purpose to train AI, there it's okay. And the settlement you talked about, it sounded like a lot of money, $1.5 billion. It amounted to $3,000 per author, which is like pocket change for these people. It seems to me, I feel foolish even saying this, but it's too late to stop. It seems just so unfair that they're taking the work of these people and using it to make billions of dollars in profit.
The work of newspaper reporters for now, 40 years. People like me, they take your stuff and put it online, and none of the newspapers got a dime, and that's why newspapers went out of business.
Well, that's a problem too, don't you think?
Well, I do think it's a problem, but I mean, the idea that none of the authors or the reporters or your work product is worth anything, we're just going to take it and we're going to put it on, the Drudge Report.
By the way, Marjorie had a column that was on the Drudge Report once. How many? Would you have like 1 million clicks?
Like you love to get on Drudge because
exactly, even though they didn't pay anything.
Yeah, they didn't pay anything, but that's why newspapers went broke.
So what's your reaction to this?
Well, to play devil's advocate here, what's the difference between an academic sitting, or anybody just sitting down and writing a biography, for instance, and taking the words of Doris Kearns Goodwin, giving attribution and creating footnotes? You're still using the material, and that's what AI is happening. That's
what attribution are they getting? Attribution is something. It's not much, but it's something. What attribution is Anthropic giving?
I don't know that they have to do it if they're not quoting word for word, because basically what they're doing is ingesting all of the ideas. Yes, this is a lot to grapple with, because you have a machine that can take all of our ideas, take all of our ideas, and then generate its own informing, whereas typically you'd have to go to a university, pay however much in tuition, learn, do the work to get it, but now we have a machine that's doing this all in an instant.
And you know what else is interesting about this? If you write a story, if I were to write a newspaper story or an essay using a poem, I could not use the whole poem. I could only use a section of the poem. So there's some protection, at least in that instance, for poets. But
same with us and playing music. By the way, didn't we have to change our theme music because the Springsteen people or his lawyers or somebody were troubled by the fact that we were using the music.
But I want to go back to what to what Jim was just saying about the money. So yes,
and they're right, by the way, in retrospect. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It sounded like a lot, this $1 billion, but we're talking about companies that are making, I think Anthropic, one of them is worth $183 billion. So this is, let's just get this done. Let's just pay the authors $3,000 to get this done with. They don't care. This is just a drop in the bucket.
Isn't that the difference in answer to your devil's advocate question about the professor teaching it? Now, obviously, here they make money because they're a teacher and they're getting a salary, one would argue, but that's like this big. I'm showing about 1/10 of an inch of my fingers, and these people are making billions off the work of those authors. So it seems to me there's something wrong with this picture. We should talk to Carol Rose about it. It seems to me to be a civil liberties thing. We should talk to somebody.
Great idea, Jim.
Okay, so more bad news, particularly close to home. MFA and job cuts. What's going on over there and why?
Yeah, the Museum of Fine Arts just announced this morning that it's cutting 6.3% of its staff, which I don't know the numbers. I think this is going to amount to about 30-something people. But the MFA is the latest in a string of arts organizations across the country, which I think are really having to come to terms with both the post-COVID era and the economy in which we find ourselves now, and the climate in which we find ourselves now. So Pierre Turdanian is the new director of the MFA. He's only been in the job since July 1st. It's a job of a new leader to come in and analyze the organization and confront some of the really tough questions, which clearly he's done here. So there will be restructuring, not unlike what we've seen here at GBH, not unlike what the Metropolitan Opera just announced last week, because it is having a major shortfall. It's cutting staff there, it's cutting executive pay there, it's trimming the programming there. So I think all of these things are coming home to roost at once. And then you have an organization like the Museum of Fine Arts, which has not seen the visitorship it had pre-COVID. It's seeing insurance expenses rise. It's very expensive to borrow and to loan art. It's seeing shipping expenses rise. We know from our own homes and living spaces what it costs to build something or buy something now. That's more expensive. Payroll is more expensive. And so these are choices that the new leadership at the Museum of Fine Arts has also had to consider. I think the other major factor here is that they're also considering where they stand in this climate with this administration.
What do you mean?
In terms of cuts in funding. So I don't think that the Museum of Fine Arts is receiving a huge amount of government funding. However, I know a lot of nonprofits around this country are worried about their nonprofit status being revoked. Again, GBH is a nonprofit. That would change the game, too, financially, if arts organizations, cultural organizations were to lose their nonprofit status. So he's a new leader coming in, tightening the belt. These are hard decisions. It's hard to withstand. We, again, know that from what we've withstood here at GBH, and it's sad, and I think it's far from the last to come.
By the way, there were cuts last year. This is not a criticism, it's a statement of fact. There were cuts of the MFA pre-Trump last year, weren't there, in terms of staff?
That I can't quite remember.
I think that's true. Well, in any case, we're talking to Jared Bowen. We'll confirm that in a second, so I'm not presenting facts that are not facts. I think they are. Job at Speakeasy.
So this is a thriller of a play, which is, I mean, how often, it's funny, that we just talked about The Great Privation at Company One. That's kind of a thriller, and now this is a thriller, too, right from the first 5 minutes, and then the last 5 minutes are especially thrilling. So basically, the concept of this is a play by Max Wolf Friedrich. It was off-Broadway, very successful, went to Broadway, and now it's being presented here by Speakeasy Stage Company through February 7th. But we find a young woman who is in a therapist's office, and she's there not of her own choice. Basically, she had a breakdown at work, and it was captured on video, and it went viral.
No.
So her job has ordered her to see a therapist, and the therapist, will decide whether or not she can continue on at work. And so this becomes this clashing conversation between these two figures, between this young woman who's a millennial and her therapist with hippie vibes who is a boomer, and trying to figure one another out. And her job, you think about it in this moment, and these jobs do exist, her job is for a advertising company to sit and watch all of the worst things online, the worst crimes, the most violent
like
acts.
Marjorie.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Well, no wonder she's had a breakdown.
Because her job is to make sure that these advertisers never get aligned with any of these videos. Her job is basically to find them and kill them. So we know all of this consumption has seeped into her. So we see this back and forth. I really don't want to give too much more away other than to say it becomes very explosive. It becomes very raw because she has very particular views about humanity, and a lot of them are politically incorrect for what she's seen, and he has a completely different notion. And then the end is just wild. I will tell you, I didn't get about 3 feet out of my row at Speakeasy Stage Company this weekend without somebody stopping me. What just happened? We need to talk about this.
Here's Max Friedrich on your show earlier this week.
I had no sense that this vocation was, a necessity for me to be able to, scroll mindlessly on my phone. So I really just hyperfixated on sort of trying to physicalize and dramatize the internet, which is a space which feels almost like magic, but what in reality is, tied to real human labor and also, increasingly entering the public consciousness, real environmental consequences.
What was he talking about? I should have set that up better than I did. What was he?
So he's also somebody who worked in the social media realm, and he had to inhabit this AI-generated, or not even AI, this social media-created character, this woman who had 1 million followers. I forget what the company was for, but he basically had to come up with the personality, the lines that would be posted online, gets 1 million followers. So he's inhabiting this person. So he's another young person who has insight into the power of social media for good and for bad, and how people consume it, and and what it means for the larger world.
By the way, I was wrong about the MFA. The last elimination of full and part-time positions, 113 of them, mostly through voluntary early retirements, was in August of 2020, not
Okay,
last year.
real quick, because we only have a minute left. TikTok, some users are saying that they're blocking ICE posts.
Yeah, so this is what we're seeing right now is everything that's coming down in the world that people would normally see on their social media feeds. For some reason, and TikTok is saying it's because there was a power outage, those images weren't going onto their feeds. And when they were going onto their feeds, there were things happening like 0 views and a limited reach as people were trying to repost them. So a lot of people are wondering with the news about TikTok and the new ownership and a lot of...
Larry Ellison owns
exactly,
Paramount,
a lot
CBS
of people,
News.
Good buddy of Trump's.
Totally
Good
aligned
buddy
with
of
the
Trump.
president
Yep.
now owning TikTok. And why is it that things that are very contradictory to what the government is doing are not being shown?
Yeah, it's
Sure, it's a technical problem.
Yeah, technical problem.
Nice to see you, Jared. We'll see you in a bit. Jared will be back
Okay.
at 2 o'clock with his show right here live at the library.
Jared, thank you very much. We've been speaking with Jared Bowen, Executive Vice Editor at GBH, host of The Culture Show, which is Jim just said will be live here at the library at 2 o'clock. Thank you, Jared. We say goodbye to those of you listening on NEPM, and thank you very much for tuning in. The Fabulous 413 starts at 3 o'clock at NEPM this afternoon. It's a great show. Our show continues here in Boston. Coming up after the new news in 89.7, former ambassador to China and NATO, Nicholas Burns, zooms in. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. This is BPR and GBH and NEPM live from the BPL and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
It's not over yet. More smart conversation about community issues up ahead with Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan on Boston Public Radio, right after a news update from NPR. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And MIT Sloan Executive Education, helping professionals stay competitive with 2 to 3 day courses on AI essentials, strategic leadership, and more. Details at executive.mit.edu. Will new discoveries uncover the lost secrets of a once mighty empire? Nova explores the ruins of an ancient metropolis on Angkor, Hidden Jungle Empire. Tonight at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on Hour 2 of BPR live from the library. We'll check in with Nicholas Burns, former U.S. ambassador to China and to NATO, on how our alliances are doing after the Greenland debacle, China eyeing Taiwan, and recent Trump threats to Iran.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then we'll speak with Embrace Boston's Imari Jeffries and the Reverend Jeffrey Brown of My City at Peace on Boston's abrupt change in plans for developing a massive vacant parcel in Roxbury. It's all next in the 12 o'clock hour at BPR 89.7 GBH, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. A preliminary government assessment is out about the fatal shooting of Minneapolis protester Alex Pretty last weekend in Minneapolis. NPR's Jimena Bustillo reports it contradicts the Trump administration's initial narrative of the shooting.
The review describes how Alex Pretty resisted arrest before 2 officers shot him, but the review makes no mention of Alex Pretty attacking officers or threatening them with a weapon, as the administration first described the incident. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has come under intense bipartisan scrutiny for her initial characterization. She was quick to describe Pretty's actions as, quote, domestic terrorism, saying Pretty was attacking officers first and brandishing a weapon. The review does not mention an attack or that a weapon was brandished. Instead, it notes officers noticed a gun once there was already a struggle to arrest him. Jimena Bustillo, NPR News.
Some experts argue federal immigration agents deployed in large numbers in Minnesota's Twin Cities are unprepared for the resistance they're encountering. They say Customs and Border Protection officers are generally less experienced in urban policing and crowd control than other local law enforcement. The experts cite the isolation of border regions that can influence how CBP officers typically operate in terms of arrests without resistance and the frequency with which they may use lethal force. The Trump administration has quietly rewritten some rules for nuclear safety and security. NPR's Jeff Brumfield obtained a copy of the rules and reports. There are some substantial changes.
The changes apply to experimental reactors currently under construction at the Department of Energy. The department wants to get 3 or more of those reactors running by July 4th of this year. To help meet that deadline, officials rewrote internal rules for safety, security, and environmental management, then sent the rules to the companies building the reactors without making them public. Catherine Huff, who is a nuclear engineer at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, is critical of the decision.
In the best world, the public should expect as much openness from the government as is possible.
NPR's analysis found the new rules loosened groundwater restrictions, security requirements, and more. The Energy Department has said safety remains a top program. Jeff Brumfield, NPR News.
With Arctic air expected to maintain its grip over the eastern half of the United States through the weekend, the death toll from the recent storm continues to mount. Authorities say dozens of lives have been lost as a result of hypothermia, reported heart attacks, or accidents from the latest storm. One Texas community is mourning the deaths of 3 siblings who perished in an icy pond. At last check on Wall Street, the Dow was up 19 points. You're listening to NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Holyoke Mayor Joshua Garcia has been named president of the Massachusetts Mayors Association. Mass Live reports that Saturday's announcement was made during the Massachusetts Municipal Association's annual meeting at the Menino Convention and Exhibition Center here in Boston. According to a statement from the mayor's office, as president, Garcia will set the agenda and lead the group's monthly meetings throughout the year. Massachusetts Mayors Association was founded back in 1945 and serves as a network for the state's mayors. Out of the 351 cities and towns in the Commonwealth, 47 have a mayor. And Worcester city leaders are considering giving a property tax break to the developer of a controversial apartment project. The Washington-based Menkiti Group has said it needs the tax exemption to make the project more affordable to build. But local activists and some city councilors say the Menkiti Group doesn't deserve the exemption at all after they previously violated local regulations by using a subcontractor that the state found had committed wage theft. Last night, Christian King joined other city councilors in voting to move the tax break forward, but he says he's still concerned about that wage theft allegation.
I think for me the key is, A, that there's consequences, but B, that they improve upon their current record.
The issue will now go before a city council subcommittee for more discussion. In sports, Celtics host Atlanta at the Garden tonight. The Fleet play New York and Lowell. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Charles Schwab, offering investors choices like full-service wealth management, advice, investing, and trading on Thinkorswim. Learn more at schwab.com. And from the Doris Duke Foundation.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. On Friday, we're going to be joined here at the library by Governor Maura Healey from noon to 1, and the Mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, will be back with us at the library February 10th, also from noon to 1. And on Monday, Jim and I are going to have an extra hour every day. We're going to be a 2-hour show instead of a 3-hour show, 11 to 1. Hello again,
yes,
Jim.
Yes, we are, Marjorie.
Yes, we are.
We're joined now on
Try
Zoom
to contain yourself, Jim.
by Ambassador Nicholas Burns. He is the Roy and Barbara Goodman Family Professor of the Practice of Diplomacy and International Relations at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government. He's also the founder and faculty chair of the Future of Diplomacy Project, which may have a very short shelf life, if you know what I mean. He served, nothing to do with Nicholas Burns. He served 6 presidents from 2001 to 2005. He was U.S. ambassador to NATO during the George W. Bush administration. From 2021 to 2025, he was U.S. ambassador to China during the Biden administration. Ambassador Burns, good to talk to you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Marjorie. Good to be with you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. We want to start with a little sound we heard this morning in today's Senate hearing in our policy toward Venezuela. Senator Jeanne Shaheen asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio to clarify the administration's stance on NATO. And here's a bit of what Rubio had to say.
Do you still believe that the U.S. benefits from NATO?
We do. I mean, the problem, but NATO needs to be reimagined as well in terms of the obligations. And this is not new to this president. Multiple presidents have complained about it. I think this president just complains about it louder than other presidents.
So is Rubio right? What should our relationship with NATO be?
And what does he mean?
Yeah.
Well, first, let me say, I apologize I couldn't be at the library with you, but Harvard didn't have school on Monday because of snow, so my class has been switched until 1:30 p.m. today. So that's my excuse.
Don't worry. We're just grateful you're here on Zoom. Thank you.
This reminds me what we're facing in the world. And I'll answer your question on NATO. And I tell my students, I don't mean John Lennon. He was great. I mean the other Lenin, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, the father of the Russian Revolution. He said there are decades when nothing happens. And there are weeks when decades happen.
What a line.
And I think from Venice, isn't that
wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it really kind of frames where we are. Are we going to be invading Iran again or attacking Iran again? President Trump tweeted out this morning on Truth Social, there's an armada heading, our armada, towards Iran. What do we do about Venezuela? And how about this answer this morning from Secretary Rubio on NATO? I think we crossed, unfortunately, a Rubicon last week when President Trump threatened to invade Greenland, that is, go to war with Denmark, our NATO ally over Greenland, and when he insulted the European leaders by name in his Davos speech. The bonds of trust that we have built since the late 1940s, I think, have been broken. Can we reestablish those bonds? With a lot of hard work. But you can't take away a lot of what they said, and frankly, I don't agree with Secretary Rubio's response this morning.
How?
The Trump administration has had some success getting the Europeans to spend more on defense. They should be celebrating that. And the last thing I'll say here, it's a long story. I was ambassador to NATO on 9/11. And so when we were hit hard, nearly 3,000 people died in our country in New York and Washington. The Allies came to me, led by the Canadian ambassador. That's ironic, isn't it? And said, we're going to defend you. We'll go into Afghanistan with you. We'll invoke Article 5 of our treaty. An attack on one is an attack on all. Boy, it is sure good to have friends in the world. And I'm afraid that President Trump is throwing those friends by the wayside.
You know, Nicholas Burns, you said a minute ago about you talked about the rebuilding process, and I don't understand how there can be rebuilding. We all heard the Canadian Prime Minister say it is a rupture, not a transition. Why would another country that has been so callously disrespected by Donald Trump trust that even if another president is elected who has a totally different and healthier worldview in 2028, that would last more than 4 years? And maybe it's Donald Trump Jr., maybe it's, you know what I mean, Stephen Miller. How do you reestablish those relationships?
Well, I think if people are in power beyond President Trump that hold his views, then we're in a big hole. Then I think NATO slowly atrophies and dies. But I think most Europeans and Canadians understand NATO is very popular in the American public. 65 to 70% support in public opinion polls. If you look at the Republican senators and members of the House, huge support for NATO as well. So I think allies understand that. They also understand the reality. Especially the European allies are facing an existential threat from Putin and the invasion of Ukraine. And right now, the Europeans are just not strong enough to hold off the Russians. If after Ukraine, if they succeed there, if they decide that somehow they want to attack Poland or Estonia or Latvia, NATO allies, so that they need the United States. They don't want the United States to leave, but boy, are they bitter. And one aspect of this, Jim and Marjorie, that I paid a lot of attention to over the weekend, President Trump said last week in Davos, he said, well, the allies came to Afghanistan, but they didn't serve in the front line. Yeah. They were on kind of the back line. Well, the Brits lost 457 soldiers in Afghanistan. The Canadians lost, I think, 150. I visited those troops in 2002, 3, 4, and 5 in Afghanistan. They fought like hell, and they bled for us and with us. And boy, the reaction over the weekend on British social media, people are furious that Donald Trump would dedicate the war dead from our NATO allies. There were widows out talking about their lost husbands. I'm getting emotional even thinking about this. And, if you attack people's integrity, then you pay the price. And I think that's the hole that President Trump has dug for us with our allies.
I'm glad you mentioned the situation with the UK. And by the way, Keir Starmer, who's been more than polite and full of praise for the president, actually struck back in some very forceful language. But there's another thing he said that was, I don't know if you can say equally appalling, I don't know how you rate such things, when he talked about, he was concerned that with Article 5 in the NATO Charter, I'm paraphrasing, we'd be there for them, but I'm not sure they'd be there for us. How many times has Article 5 ever been in play, Ambassador Burns, and who came to whose defense?
Article 5, so for your listeners and people watching, Article 5 is the part of our treaty from 1949 that says if one of us is attacked, all of us will respond to that attack together. And what President Truman had in mind was we expected a Stalin-Soviet attack across the North German plain in the late 40s, early 50s, a third world war. And he thought the way to deter Stalin was to have combined strength of Canada, the US, and the European allies. And it worked. It worked until Osama bin Laden hit the Twin Towers and hit the Pentagon and killed so many people. And so it had never been invoked until September 12th, 2001 in Brussels. I was there. I was the American ambassador. My good friend David Wright came to me, the Canadian ambassador, and he said, have you thought about invoking Article 5? And I said, well, gosh, we operate by consensus. Every nation would have to agree. He said, I think everyone's behind you. And 24 hours later, they'd all signed up. All of the allies, they all went into Afghanistan. The Danes, President Trump has been challenging the Danes. They stayed in Afghanistan for 20 years with us until we left in 2021. And they suffered per capita the highest casualty rates of any troop contributing country. So these countries have, they've been with us. And Jim and Marjorie, I guess I'd say the takeaway from my career as a diplomat for Republican and Democratic administrations in China is that the Chinese and Russians, our two major adversaries, they don't have anybody who will stand up for them. We have the NATO allies, and in Asia, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Australia, Thailand, treaty allies. This is a great source of American strength in the world, and we should not forsake it.
We're talking to Ambassador Nicholas Burns.
So when people who are of the America First, a lot of people that supported Trump still support him now, you mentioned the strength that we have together, but they might say, well, we got the strongest military in the world. What do we care? We can just go it alone. What do you say to them?
I say to them, maybe the greatest threat that we're going to face in the next 10 years is China pushing out in the South China Sea, the East China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, against us, against the Philippines, against Taiwan. The way to deter China is the combined forces of the United States, Japan, Philippines, Australia. We are so much stronger than the Japanese or Russians if we add those allies to the way you measure military power or technology power in this case as well. And so that's what I do say to America First people. We're not living in 1826 or even 1926. We're living in a highly integrated world. The Chinese have really upped their game. They are strong, but we're stronger if the allies are with us. That's a fundamental reality that you just can't ignore. We can't afford an isolationist 10 years in this country.
Speaking of things we can't ignore is in the wake of this so-called rupture, again described by Prime Minister Carney, while he has said he will not cut a free trade deal with China, he did cut a trade deal with China, which will allow for the importation of a lot of those pretty inexpensive EVs from China that are now selling more than Tesla is worldwide. The UK, Prime Minister Starmer is intent on cutting a similar thing. Those seem to be changes, Ambassador Burns, that are hard to undo, sort of like when research grants are eliminated and the scientists here know they've got a better deal in Germany or China or wherever. Those new economic ties are a real problem for us, aren't they?
Well, they're an indication that other countries are having to hedge their bets. And that was really the centerpiece of Prime Minister Carney's really brilliant speech in Davos. And if your listeners and watchers haven't, they might Google it and take a look at it. He's a very impressive guy. It's not unusual that countries would want to have a big relationship, trade relationship with China. President Trump's going to be going to China in April. And we have a $750 billion two-way trade relationship with China. China's our third largest trade partner after Mexico and Canada. So it's not surprising, but the fact that Prime Minister Carney felt he had to go there now is an indication that the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Treaty, our free trade agreement here in North America, we have one symbiotic economy. Negotiation this year, I would say objectively that we have the worst relations we've ever had with Canada right now. And we have a very difficult relationship. I'm talking about the Trump administration's relations with the two governments, with Mexico. And I worry about that because, particularly for those of us who live in New England, our economy is inextricably bound up with Canada, as well as with Mexico, and the people of both countries. And so I really hope the Trump administration is going to see its way towards renewing this trade agreement, or else we're all going to suffer here in North America.
We're talking to Nick Burns. He served as U.S. ambassador to NATO during the George W. Bush administration, and he was, during the Biden administration, he was U.S. ambassador to China. We're going to keep talking to him after this quick break. You're listening to BPR on GBH Live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
For jazz singer and musician Michael Mayo, jazz is about curiosity, self-expression, and freedom.
A lot of the things that we value in this music are things that, like, I think that we kind of should value as humans, as like civilizations.
Hear the conversation with first-time Grammy nominee Michael Mayo on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Bryant University, ranked 5th in the nation for internships and recruiter demand by LinkedIn's 2025 Top Colleagues list. Committed to preparing students to be day one ready for success. Learn more at bryant.edu. And Vivo Performing Arts, formerly Celebrity Series, presenting Grammy Award winner and NEA Jazz Master Diane Reeves. February 6th at Berkeley Performance Center. Tickets at vivoperformingarts.org.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. If you're just tuning in, we're continuing our conversation with Ambassador Nicholas Burns. He's at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. He was ambassador to China, ambassador to NATO, and the resume is too long for this segment to go through, but those are among the highlights of Nicholas Burns.
So, Ambassador Burns, you know, the President, Donald Trump, that is, removed the leadership of Maduro down in Venezuela and talked about owning Greenland, because owning it was psychologically better for him than, I guess, just having the bases there. And that's led to a lot of talk. Well, suppose now China goes after Taiwan. So what does America do, if anything, if that happens, and how worried should we be?
Marjorie, I think there is a relationship between what's happening in Greenland, especially, and what's happening in Taiwan. You know, we've been telling the Taiwan for a half a century, beginning with Richard Nixon, that the Chinese have to commit themselves to a peaceful resolution of their dispute with Taiwan, and it's inadmissible to attack. That's the American position. And yet, you know, here's the President of the United States just threatened a NATO ally. That had never happened before in history. So we've got to be careful to send the right signals to both the Russians and the Chinese. Because if we had gone into Greenland, it really would have given a green light for Xi Jinping to say, well, Taiwan, in his mind, is already part of China. Why can't I go there? And of course, it justifies Putin's belief that Ukraine is really part of the Russian Federation. So you can bet, I think your question's a very good one, Marjorie. These are interrelated issues, and these leaders are watching what we're doing.
So, Nicholas Burns, Iran, you mentioned that there was a Truth Social post sometime last night where Donald Trump said to Iran's leaders, the next attack will be far worse. Don't make that happen again. The if was not about the protesters whom he promised to come to the defense of, and despite the killing of thousands of them, reportedly, he did not. It's now about if you don't come to the table and cut a nuclear deal quickly, again, the next attack will be far worse. We had Congressman Seth Moulton on the other day, Ambassador, and his view was all of this stuff is noise to distract from Epstein. And when I woke up this morning and read the thing about Iran coming out of nowhere yet again, with Armada going over there, I was somewhat skeptical a couple of days ago of what Moulton had to say, but I'm not sure I am now. Why was there this threat late last night at Iran yet again?
Well, first, let me say something in defense of President Trump. I think that he was right to have the United States join with Israel in bombing the Iranian nuclear sites 6 months ago. I was actually the Iran negotiator for President George W. Bush and Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. We were trying to sanction Iran over its illegal nuclear weapons research efforts. We were trying to engage the Iranians in conversation. They refused to talk to us. This is a long time ago. We gave the Iranians every chance, Democratic and Republican administrations, to negotiate an end to their nuclear weapons research, and they wouldn't do it. And I think the fear now is that they're trying to reconstitute that program. So I saw, Jim, the Trump's Truth Social post as intimidation, trying to raise the stakes for the Iranians, trying to scare them. That's not a bad tactic, because we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. It would make the Middle East so much more unstable and violent than it already is. And I haven't forgotten, too, since I served in the Middle East in the 1980s in Cairo, as well as in Jerusalem, the Iranians created Hezbollah and turned Hezbollah against the United States. They took Americans hostages. They killed 260 Marines in Beirut. They bombed our embassy. It's a long time ago. Of course, they created Hamas as well. So weakening Iran is a good thing. I think the tactical mistake President Trump made was 2 weeks ago, when brave, courageous Iranians were in the streets and President Trump encouraged them to go into the streets. He drew a red line and said he'd attack if there was state violence against the protesters. There was thousands of people killed, and we didn't do anything. And so I think he's right about some aspects of this. I think he's made some mistakes on others.
Just stay on that a second. But you know the characterization. I can't remember which reporter came up with this Taco Trump thing. We had ownership of Greenland, and now there's a framework which most people think doesn't exist that's going to make everybody happy, says Trump. We were going to protect the protesters. We didn't do that. I can go down the list, endlessly. I guess the one exception you may have where he actually did what he said he was, well, two things. I guess the Maduro thing, which we'll talk about in a minute, and the bombing of the nuclear capacity there in Iran. But if you step back from Trump, is this sort of tough guy, threatening kind of foreign policy leadership from the President of the United States a wise way to conduct foreign policy?
Well, I think here's some principles that I learned in my career from some of the great people with whom I worked for. You want to be respectful of your allies. President Trump released a Truth Social post last night, absolutely excoriating the European Union and India, two really important friends of the United States. So I don't think American presidents should do that. When we argue with our allies, which we do quite frequently, it should be behind closed doors, but you show respect because they're democratic leaders, small d, in democratic countries. I think with authoritarian regimes, it depends. You're not going to get very far in outright threats against China because that's more likely to get the Chinese back up. But for weaker states, like Iran and Venezuela, it can be useful in actually not having to use force because you intimidate them. So I do think President Trump, we can all see what he's doing on Iran. He's just trying to frighten them. That's not a bad opening move.
I wonder, would we have been better off nuclear bomb-wise if we were still operating under the Obama deal with Iran, or would we still be in the same boat?
I supported that deal. I was not in government at the time, but I supported President Obama and testified before Congress doing it. I think the strength of that deal is that we would have a lot of insight and cameras inside the Iranian nuclear facilities. The weakness of that deal, and it wasn't perfect, was that Iran was only going to commit 10, 15, 20 years to do away with aspects of its nuclear program. So the fact that the Iranians, President Trump canceled that program in 2017, I thought that was a mistake. But then the Iranians went for broke, and they got very close to constituting a nuclear weapons capacity. And I think that gave the Israelis and the Americans right to bomb the facilities last year. Nobody stood up for Iran. The Russians did. The Chinese did nothing. The Arab world, the Sunni world, I think was pleased about it. So we had some international support, substantial support for what President Trump did.
So can we talk about one last part of the world that allowed Donald Trump to become the possessor of the Nobel Peace Prize? Venezuela. I think everybody listening knows that the most popular politician in Venezuela, who did give him the present him with the Nobel Peace Prize that she had won, is also the most popular politician. After Maduro was removed, Trump said she couldn't lead the country at a press event because she wasn't very well respected, I think were her words. She met with him at the White House. And now we have the Maduro government in place without Maduro. His vice president is now, I don't know if she's the interim president, the acting president, whatever she is. And while a lot of people thought it was stagecraft, that occasionally when she criticized what the United States was doing she was doing it to show the Venezuelan people she wasn't a puppet of Trump. But she had some pretty tough words yesterday. Post-Maduro, what do you think about how we're handling the situation in Venezuela, and where is it likely to lead, Nicholas Burns?
Right, Jim, I think most people would say no love lost for Maduro. He was illegitimate. He was a massive human rights violator, bad guy. But when you go in to another country and you make a big move like we made, you're subject to Colin Powell, and I loved working for Secretary Powell. He used to say there's a pottery barn rule in international politics. If you break it, you own it. So in a way...
Can I interrupt you, by the way? Tom Friedman was very upset a couple of weeks ago in the New York Times where he said that Colin Powell took that phrase from a column he wrote and appropriated it for his own use. Is that accurate, Mr. Ambassador?
I have no idea. I'm a great admirer and friend of Tom Friedman, but you know what? Secretary Powell popularized that phrase.
Fine. Let's leave it at that.
Let's go with Powell.
Go ahead.
So I think this theory, what troubles me is, what's our plan? Are we trying to own Venezuela? Are we only interested in Venezuela due to the oil? Why are we working with people around Maduro who are international outlaws under U.S. sanction? Why aren't we supporting the Democratic opposition and the woman who won the elections in 2024, just 2 years ago, and had them stolen by Maduro?
So why aren't we? What's the answer?
Well, we should be. Because, Venezuela is a big, complicated country. It's desperately poor. And it's going to need years of support and tutelage. And right now, if we just care about the oil, that country is going to burn, and the leadership is not going to do everything we want to do. So I think we need to ask the administration, give us a long-term plan that can have public support here in the United States, but also can work to try to stabilize that very unfortunate, but ultimately, if you think about oil, very wealthy country.
Nicholas Burns, it's only been 1 year into Trump's second term, and I think I've had 110 nervous breakdowns, and I don't know what's going to happen in the next 3 years. It makes me very worried. And I wonder, you're a wired guy, are there adults in the room that you think are going to step into the breach here, or is this just going to be, Marco Rubio, who seems to have lost his principles since he was a big supporter of USAID, and now he's done a 180. I mean, I don't trust him anymore. I thought he was kind of a grown-up. I don't know. Is this just going to be a free-for-all for the next 3 years with no guardrails? The Republicans obviously have been supine. What do you think?
I think it's a very important question. In President Trump's first term, you had people like General Jim Mattis as Secretary of Defense, John Kelly from Boston, General Kelly, who was Chief of Staff, Rex Tillerson as Secretary of State, they could stand up to President Trump. They could give him advice he didn't want to hear. They could tell him about the cost of some of these policies, and that's not the case now, as we all know. Inside the White House, in the major cabinet agencies. I mean, look at the mess in Minneapolis, created by the Secretary of Homeland Security and others. So I think actually what I would hope, as someone who's worked for both parties, is that senior Republicans would begin to stand up in the Senate and in the House. We began to see that over this past weekend after this horrific murder in Minneapolis on Saturday morning. And you began to see senators give public advice. The Republican governor of Oklahoma on CNN on Sunday morning, I was shocked at what he said. He said, why are we doing this? And so we need those voices, because I think what's at stake in what we've been talking about in this show, whether it's Minneapolis, and certainly whether it's in our foreign policy, what kind of country are we? How are we going to act in the world? Are we going to support the right, not the wrong? The bright forces, not the dark forces? And I really worry about that, especially in Minneapolis, and what it represents for the future of our democracy. This is not about partisan politics. It's about America and strengthening our country and doing the right thing in the world.
So, Nicholas Burns, could you spend an hour with me and Marjorie and teach us to be calm like you are as the world is falling apart? Would an hour be enough time?
I live in Cambridge. I'm happy to come over. I will come to the library next time. I love
Oh, we'd love that.
Beautiful building.
We'd love that.
Always happy to talk, because, you know, for all of us who live in this great city and state, there's so much in the country, there's so much at stake right now as to what's happening.
We can't thank you enough, Ambassador. We really appreciate your time and your thoughts.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much for being with us. We have been speaking with Nicholas Burns. He was the United States Ambassador to NATO during the George W. Bush administration, and from 2021 to 2025, he was the United States Ambassador to China. That was, of course, under Joe Biden. Nicholas Burns, thank you again so much for taking the time to be with us. Okay, coming up after this quick break, after years of public planning for this big, huge parcel. It's called Parcel 3. It's right across the street from police headquarters down in Roxbury. It's on right where Roxbury Community College is. This huge empty parcel, public-owned land. The city has abruptly changed course with developing it in the way it had been proposed. We're going to talk with two people involved in the original plans, the Reverend Jeffrey Brown and Imari Jeffries of Embrace Boston. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Wake up, turn on the radio, it's Groundhog Day, again and again and again.
Do you ever have deja vu, Mrs. Lancaster?
I don't think so, but I could check with the kitchen.
Our Wednesday watch party revisits the classic that made February 2nd cinematic shorthand for being stuck and figuring out how to get unstuck. Bill Murray, Punxsutawney Phil, and one stubborn alarm clock. Cue it up, watch along, and call in to tell us why this movie never gets old.
I've seen it over 100 times.
That's on The Culture Show today at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Explo. From culinary arts to veterinary science, Explo's summer program helps middle schoolers to find their spark. Day and overnight options at explo.org/summer. Priority deadline February 13th. And Brown University pre-college programs, where high school students experience college life, nurture their diverse interests, and make friends and memories that last a lifetime. Applications available online at precollege.brown.edu.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browder. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. The governor will be with us for an hour on Friday, noon to 1, to take your questions and ours. And on February 10th, the mayor, Mayor Wu, will be with us, same time, 12 to 1 at the library to answer your questions and ours. Parcel 3 in Roxbury has been vacant for years. It's the largest lot of underdeveloped land owned by the city of Boston. Up until last week, our next guests have been working with the city to redevelop it and make it a hub in Roxbury. The HYM Investment Group, that's led by Tom O'Brien, and My City at Peace had rights to build a 5-building mixed-use campus with lab space, affordable housing. Their proposed plans included, among other things, space for Embrace Boston to call Nubian Square its home base. We're joined by Imari Paris Jeffries, who obviously is CEO and president of Embrace Boston. By the way, Imari has a beautiful piece in USA Today a few days ago about Reverend King's message in the time of Minneapolis. And Reverend Jeffrey Brown, an Embrace board member and co-founder of My City of Peace. Reverend Brown, Imari, it's good to see you both. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. So this has been a hot topic back and forth in the city for days. The mayor's talked about it. Shirley Lung is with us all the time. Has written a lot of columns about it. Basically, that you were pretty far along in the planning here, and all of a sudden it seemed like the mayor said, forget about it. So did you know this was coming, Reverend Brown, or what's the deal?
Well, we found out probably late December that they were thinking about doing this. And then we had a meeting on January the 9th in which they told us they were doing it. So it was pretty much a surprise to the team and to Tom and myself.
And it was almost 500 units of affordable housing. I thought I called it 400 and something.
Yeah, we had about over 250 units of apartments, but we had 144 units of affordable home ownership opportunities. Okay. The whole project was designed to be an economic engine for Roxbury.
And for you, it was going to be some space for Embrace Boston.
Yeah, it was going to be an 18-hour space, and so Reverend Brown mentioned the units. They were two places of industry, so it was a live, work, gather location, and so we were the gather location. So, for lack of a better description, a music hall, and so it was the former site of Connolly's, and so if you remember, Lower Roxbury was a very musical neighborhood, and so we had Estelle's, we have Wally's, the Hi-Hat where the Harriet Tubman House used to be, and so we were going to locate where Connolly's Tavern was, and so it was a musical location. So we were going to locate a 300-seat theater, a museum, as well as a food hall incubator for local entrepreneurs.
We should also add, because we know this guy, he's been on our show a number of times, Ricardo Pierre-Louis from Privé Parking was going to have, I believe, the first black-owned parking facility at this place, too. Right. So Mayor Wu was with, and I should have mentioned what's going on in this place, I was remiss, at Madison Park High School, yes. At least for the bulk of this parcel. Mayor Wu was with us last week talking about the whole situation. Here's what she had to say about why the decision was made.
It's not true that the P3 Economic Development Project isn't happening because we chose to move forward with Madison Park. The P3 Economic Development Project was not happening on its own, and they have had the designation for 3 years. So the parcel was designated after a community process that happened through and right after COVID, where lab space was hot in Boston and able to throw off enough profits that could then subsidize affordable housing and all of these other things. That is no longer the case.
Reverend Brown, how do you respond to Mayor Wu?
Yeah, I listened to that interview that she did, and it prompted me to want to come and talk to the both of you.
I'm glad you're here.
I think I want to respond in two ways. First thing, she called it a pipe dream, our project. It isn't a pipe dream. It is actually a deferred dream, a dream deferred. This parcel has been empty in Roxbury for decades. It was a vibrant economic center before it was raised when they tried to put the highway through Roxbury. And so for decades, people have been looking for a revival of that economic opportunity. And so when we brought the plan to the city, it was done through a process of talking to as many community groups that we had in Roxbury and asking them what would they like to see on this project. And what they saw was what we created in a plan. So for the mayor to say that it was a pipe dream, it was really a dream of the community that keeps getting delayed.
What was the second thing that you said?
The second thing that I wanted to talk about is that she mentioned the life science industry. It's true The project is an economic engine, and it has an economic engine to be able to raise money so that we can pump money into the home ownership and affordable housing so that folks would be able to create wealth for their families. But the economic engine centered on the life sciences because the life sciences was a hot industry at that time. But it doesn't necessarily need the life science industry. We just need to bring an industry into Roxbury and use the proceeds for the sales. The wonderful thing about my partnership with Tom is that Tom O'Brien is he's well positioned to be able to pump $124 million from the sale of the building that was going to be originally life science or whatever we can put in that engine, so that the homes and the apartments would be truly affordable for Roxbury residents. The AMI for the city is different than the AMI in Roxbury. It's much lower.
Mayor Wu is a pretty smart person, Reverend Brown. I think you'd agree. Then if this is all the case, and while the financing wasn't there yet, it would materialize based on your description here, why'd she do what she did? Why do you think she did what she did?
I think, the school is also an important piece in the city and important for Roxbury as well. It has been longing for some kind of redevelopment. But what we're asking for is not, the school versus the economic engine. We want both, and we want it at the same time. If they decide to build this school, it's going to take at least 7 to 10 years to put that school together. We just don't want any more delays for Roxbury. Roxbury deserves the economic development that
Can I ask Reverend Brown just one more question before you get back involved? It seems to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because this is how we've been characterizing this, now that a decision has been made by the mayor's office, the difference of opinion, I think, and this is where the Shirley the Young, when Mayor Wu said Shirley's wrong on this one, is the development person for the city, Reverend Brown, I believe said when the decision was made, calling what was left over the remnant, that if you and Tom O'Brien at HYM decided to get involved in that, great, and I'm paraphrasing. Shirley's position, Shirley the Young, and I want to know if it's your position, is we shouldn't be one of the options. We should be decided now as this Madison Park thing proceeds. We should be side by side. Madison Park is here on the parcel. What we are doing, maybe it has to be in some reduced form, but some variation should advance simultaneously. Is that what your ask is here, essentially?
Yeah, the ask is for this team that we've created to be the ones, because the team is composed of residents of Roxbury and MWBEs who will also have an equity stake in the project. We went through a rigorous community process in order to be able to win the designation.
What's my city of peace? Imari, we're going to get you back in the. I just want to, because he's one of the co-developers. But just
and he's my boss too. He is the founder and co-chair of Embrace.
Okay,
so.
Imari's not worried.
What's my city of peace?
So I know where my bread's buttered.
That's the HYM partner. That's your operation.
Yeah,
what is it?
HYM is a development company. My City of Peace is a development company.
Yeah, but what does it do?
We're trying to develop home ownership opportunities, affordable housing opportunities, and commercial spaces for communities that have been divested from the economic opportunities within cities. And so we created this as a result of the work that I've done in the city. So when violence was reduced, it unlocked economic opportunity. And rather than push people out of the neighborhoods, we want them to stay in the neighborhoods and enjoy the peace that they helped to create.
And Reverend Brown, I don't have it in front of me, but I know that there were all these other things that were proposed there before, like BJ's Wholesale, I think was one of them. Other stuff has been proposed for what, like 30 years or something? It's been a long time.
Longer than that.
Longer than that. So it's been a long wait. And people don't know. This is like right near the police station, Roxbury Community College, that whole section there of, that's Tremont Street, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
and the designation was held by another art organization, the National Center for African American Artists. And so to have Embrace also be a part of this parcel fulfills
it's a great location.
Yes, fulfills the legacy of having art in this area. And so we were, in the original proposal, Reverend Brown had invited us to be a part of it. And since the inception of the organization, it was part of our mandate to be in Roxbury. There were 3 original promises. We had at least 15 conversations, community conversations as King Boston ourselves. There was conversations to not have the Embrace be situated in downtown, to have the Embrace be in the place that Dr. King and Mrs. King actually lived. And so to meet the promise of moving the Embrace downtown, we committed to build a center in Roxbury. And to do that, we committed to donate $1 million to 12 Baptist Church. We did that. To build the Embrace, we did that, and then to have a center in Roxbury, and so this is a part of that last promise.
Do you think there's a larger significance than, I mean, we're sort of zeroing in on the proposal, the decision the mayor's office made, et cetera, but Imari, Paris, Jeffries, is there a larger message in your estimation to the city about the decision the mayor's office made?
I don't think it's a larger negative message. There's a little bit of, I believe, pragmatism. I think they're thinking about just one element of the life sciences and going forward with it. And so I think there's a little bit of okay, life sciences is stumbling. And I think, Nanas and Mattapan Square understand that life sciences are stumbling right now. And the original plan was never solely rested on life sciences. It was rested on community trust. And so the partners built this plan on community trust. And so the industry was always interchangeable. The partners were the part of the plan that the community trusted. And so that's what we want to move forward with. We understood that the community also needs a school. And so we can take the community trust, the community desire, and the school and move forward together.
Joint project. We met after Shirley Young did a story leading up to the NAACP convention. Two of the people she talked about was Ricardo Pierre-Louis, who I mentioned from Privé Parking, and Rose Starum, who is like a force of nature from Rosemark Productions. We had him in right before for the first time. They talked about the contracts they had. Mayor Wu, the Boston NAACP, said virtually all the contractors are going to be people of color, particularly black entrepreneurs. They were, and the question we kept asking
Remember what she said?
What's
she
that?
said she had all this business elsewhere,
that's right.
Washington, D.C.
Including with Obama.
All around the country, but somehow she couldn't get any business.
It's her first contract in
Boston.
Boston.
Right here in Boston, which I thought was very odd.
So we had them back afterwards to find out if the promise of the NAACP convention, there wouldn't be a one and done, but a continuing commitment would happen. And here's what Rose had to say after she said she was hired by the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts for a 2-day event, but that was it. Here's Rose.
But they are a black owned business. So Rosemark has yet to be contracted again in Boston by a non-black owned business, which is a little disappointing, but we're striving forward.
How are we doing on that front, Reverend Bowen? When Mayor Wu took office, the percentage in Boston, by the way, in my hometown of Cambridge, you know Cambridge a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And in Massachusetts was pathetic. Like, low single digits, women-owned businesses, people of color-owned businesses. Numbers have gone up pretty dramatically under Wu and at the end of Baker and the beginning of Healy. What's the state of affairs on that front in terms of government investment in contracts with people of color?
Yeah, like you said, it has gone up through Wu. I mean, Sagun Idawu has done a fantastic job making sure that minority and women-owned businesses get a stake, in the economic viability of the city. But this project is also an example of that. The whole idea of the project was designed to be able to empower MWBEs to increase their capacities with the equity stakes so that they'd be able to compete for more land, and perhaps downtown partnerships with other larger developers. I mean, that was the whole idea of this project moving forward.
Imari, Jim mentioned before that do you mind if I ask him move on to the...
No, it's fine. Well, unless you have a comment. I mean, I think this is the issue Reverend Brown's addressing.
The same thing.
It's huge.
What do you see in terms of what's happened for black-owned, women-owned, people of color-owned businesses in Boston?
This project was part of the promise of doing that. Boston has been one of the cities, from Atlanta and the building of the airport, where the building of infrastructure has been responsible for the economic upbringing of community. And the state has, and I don't mean the state of Massachusetts, but the state has been responsible for the upbringing of communities, from the Morrill Act to the GI Bill. And so the state has always been responsible for doing that. And black folks have always been responsible for the work, but never quite getting the fair shake in the benefit.
Screwed. Black Americans got screwed in the GI Bill from my
and all the
which I
benefit
think a lot of us didn't know.
Of the state.
I didn't know that until.
And so the feeling, the sentiment is as Reverend Brown mentioned, is a disappointment in this deferred dream, because there was a lot of community meetings that went in to decide how this land would be used for economic development in the community. And so it's not a rejection of a school, but a disappointment in the will of the community moving forward.
That's it. We're not trying to say the school versus this project. What we're saying is that we need to think bigger about it. We need to be able to include both.
And people have been very disappointed that have been waiting, as you said, for all these decades for something, and then now yet again something doesn't happen.
I'm sorry to focus on this one more time. Have there been, after this announcement was made, maybe I asked this, and by the way, I should have mentioned Cambridge is another community that had very low numbers. It has brought them up. My apologies for not mentioning that. Have there been discussions since the decision was made about doing what you asked about this being a joint project moving forward? Have there been?
We're talking about it right now online.
No, but I mean, is somebody talking to the Woo people?
As far as I know, no.
And I mean, this whole thing is almost surreal to me. By the way, I don't know enough to know about who's right about the financing or not, what the prospects are in the future. But I have to say, as someone who spends an hour with the mayor every month, she seems to care about these issues pretty deeply. And if it turns out that you and Tom O'Brien and your colleagues can make a credible case that the financing could be there and that it should move forward jointly, why, in your estimation, would she not? She said it might slow it down.
Also she said you'd have to move all the kids at Madison Park somewhere while the school is being built.
But what all we're asking is a seat at the table. We just want to come into the table, have her expand the vision to include what the community wants, and then we could try to figure it out one way or another. I mean, I'm a supporter of the mayor. I voted for the mayor. I organized during the election campaign and had people endorse the mayor. I'm just looking for the mayor to see the importance of this project, the importance of this space, the importance of Embrace, and the importance of the school all at the same time.
Got it. I'm sorry, Marjorie.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's all right. That's what we're here to talk about. But I just want to talk about you too, Imari, the piece you wrote in USA Today about MLK, Minnesota. What'd you say?
Well, and I wrote that before Saturday, and for some of the folks who are tuning in, it was a piece around all of us bearing witness to the murder of George Floyd, and yet again bearing witness to the murder of Mrs. Good, and just this weekend just bearing witness to another state-sanctioned murder, and just just hearkening back to Dr. King and letter from Birmingham jail, which was almost something similar to today, where he was asking people to get off the bench and get involved, right? The level of complacency. And here we are with technology and everyone having access to cell phones and recording. And while we have cell phones and we have the ability to record what's happening and to be in the moment, it has somehow desensitized us to the things that we're seeing with our own eyes, instead of getting us to mobilize and get more active in what's happening.
I'm sorry, you guys.
How about the clergy? What do you think? You're a man of the cloth over there.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen there are a bunch of clergymen that were arrested at the airport down in Minneapolis for not leaving when the ICE people came. But what do you think the clergy's doing? How is clergy doing nationwide, just not here, but across the country?
I mean, it's like a double duty at this point.
Yeah.
We get in the pulpit and we preach about resiliency and keeping your head up in the midst of all of what's happening, and also we do some organizing. There's some organizing that's happening even in the city, as the threat of ICE is coming all over the place. in cities across the country. But I think it's really important to understand that clergy have always been at the forefront. When Mike Brown was killed, I was down in Ferguson with a number of clergy supporting the community there. When George Floyd was killed, I was a part of the rallies that we've had here in Boston around that. We're always there. We have
Reverend
to be.
Warnock, behind your back on CNN, is leading the challenge to ICE funding, DHS funding.
I'm a Catholic. I've been happy to see the Pope say a few things, and some of these archbishops say a few things. In Chicago, I always mispronounce his name, Cupich or Supich or whatever his name is. They're saying things, but they're centralized. It seems to me, it would be, they could be a lot more powerful because, they got the Pope. He could be saying, do more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't have the Pope. So.
You don't have the Pope. It's just you.
Yeah, so it's just me. I'm at 12th Baptist Church. That was Dr. King's church while he was here in Boston.
Yeah.
And I'm sort of following that vein right now.
Okay.
By the way, we're going to stay on this topic, not that you asked us to. So please stay in touch with us and let us know what's going on. We'll talk to the mayor about it on the 10th, and we'll continue. Thank you both.
Well, I have some gifts for you guys.
Oh, you always do. Quickly.
Imari's always coming with presents.
Brandon Terry's new book, In the Spirit of Dr. King.
Oh,
hopefully we'll have him on next week. New York Times, top 100 books to read, Shattered Dreams, Infinite Hope. We got to have hope in a moment. Brandon has signed the books for you. That's why there's a piece of paper.
Oh, my goodness.
So I wouldn't remember. Whose was who.
Thank you.
It is a must-read. Amazing essays. Brandon is one of the board members and people responsible for bringing the Embrace here.
Marjorie.
Says to Marjorie.
I know who you are.
It's very nice.
Imari, thank you as always. Really appreciate it. Reverend, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in. We have been speaking with Imari Paris Jeffries, CEO and President of Embrace Boston, and the Reverend Jeffrey Brown, an Embrace board member and co-founder of My City at Peace. Coming up after the 1 o'clock news, Boston Globe Love Letters columnist Meredith Goldstein is here to talk about relationships. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
For that next birthday, holiday, or special occasion, you can give a standout gift. A GBH membership. Thousands of hours of your favorite PBS shows, event deals, and local business discounts. Learn more at gbh.org/gift membership.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And MIT Sloan Executive Education, a global community of leaders seeking fresh insights on strategy, innovation, and AI. More than 90 programs offered year-round. More at executive.mit.edu. And Subaru of New England. The all-wheel drive 2025 Subaru Crosstrek is designed for New England terrain. Subaru retailer locations at subaruofnewengland.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browder, head on Hour 3 of BPR live from the library. Boston Globe Love Letters guru Meredith Goldstein marks 17 years of giving advice, and we explore her most recent columns, like one writer who raises the red flag when a boyfriend buys the wrong hairdryer. Oh, my.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then we'll end this cold weather winter day with you and your pets. Should a dog, descended from wolves, wear jackets outside? How about snow booties to protect their little paws? Do you have to shovel runways for your dogs in the backyard? What about that special pet-safe walkway salt? How far do you go to keep your pet safe and warm at frigid temperatures? Frozen, Fido, and you next on the extra furry third hour of BPR 89.7 GBH, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar was the subject of an attack at a town hall last night. She was not harmed and continued the event. Threats against members of Congress have risen for the third year in a row. NPR's Barbara Sprunt reports U.S. Capitol Police attribute this in part to a false sense of anonymity online.
Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar was rushed by a man at her town hall. He sprayed an unknown liquid from a syringe in her direction. Also this week, Florida Congressman Maxwell Frost of Florida said he was punched in the face at the Sundance Festival. The Capitol Police reports an uptick in 2025 of concerning statements, behaviors, and communications towards federal lawmakers, their families, and their staff. They investigated nearly 15,000 threats last year, up nearly 58% from 2024. Last year, there was an increase in security funding for members of Congress in response to growing concerns about political violence. Barbara Sprunt, NPR News, Washington.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is not ruling out new military action in Venezuela. He tells lawmakers that the South American country was a base of operation in this hemisphere for many of the U.S.'s competitors and enemies until ex-President Nicolás Maduro was seized weeks ago.
We are not postured to, nor do we intend or expect to have to take any military action in Venezuela at any time. The only military presence you'll see in Venezuela is our Marine Guards at an embassy. Okay, that is our goal, that is our expectation, and that is what everything that outlines towards. But that said, if an Iranian drone factory pops up and threatens our forces in the region, the president retains the option to eliminate that threat.
Rubio is appearing before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, a panel on which he was a senior member before he resigned from the Senate last January to assume his current role. The Federal Reserve is expected to hold its benchmark interest rate steady this afternoon when policymakers wrap up their latest meeting. NPR's Scott Horsley reports the central bank is facing pressure from the White House to cut rates more aggressively.
The Federal Reserve has lowered interest rates 3 times since September out of concern with a softening job market. Job growth has slowed sharply over the last year, and surveys show worries about job security are weighing on consumer confidence. But inflation is still higher than the Fed would like, so a majority of Fed policymakers are expected to vote to keep rates where they are for now. President Trump insists borrowing costs should be much lower, and he's been demanding the Fed do his bidding, even though the central bank is supposed to be insulated from political pressure. Trump is preparing to nominate a replacement for Jerome Powell, whose term as Fed chairman is set to expire later this spring. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
At last check on Wall Street, the Dow was down slightly at 48,997. The S&P and Nasdaq also down a fraction. You're listening to NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Massachusetts is one of the blue states President Trump is going after for access to its voter rolls. Voter rolls, which have not been redacted, contain such sensitive information as driver's license numbers and Social Security numbers, which can be used for voter verification. Mass Live reports that Jeff Foster, who is the executive director of Common Cause of Massachusetts, says Trump's access to the information is much more than one state's voter file. He sees it as a way for the federal government to trample state law, seize our personal data, and use it to take control of election administration from the states. The Trump administration made its initial ask for the Massachusetts voter data back in July, which Foster says is part of a broader effort to build what some describe as a national voter database made possible by bypassing the usual congressional authority that's needed to take such an action. And when Secretary of State Bill Galvin refused to comply, the Justice Department filed a lawsuit in federal court in Boston, asking a judge to force the state to cough up that information. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey says, no way. In sports, the Celtics host Atlanta at the Garden tonight. The Fleet play New York and Lowell, and in the forecast, it's a cold one. Increasing clouds, low 20s today, cloudy in single digits overnight. We could see mid-20s tomorrow, back to the teens on Friday. 22 degrees in Boston right now. I'm Henry Santoro. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Progressive Insurance with Snapshot, a personalized program that bases rates on safe driving habits at Progressive.com. Not available in California or from all states. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 3 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Maura Healey, the governor, will be with us on Friday here at the library from noon to 1. Mayor Michelle Wu will be with us February 10th from noon to 1. And starting on Monday, we will be doing a little bit less work every day. We'll be working 11 to 1 instead of 11 to 2. But 1 to 2 is going to be Edgar B. Hurth III's new Curiosity Desk show. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Marjorie. Joined now at the library by Meredith Goldstein. Meredith is the Globe columnist of Love Letters fame, which is celebrating, you ready for this? The 17th anniversary of this damn thing. Congratulations. You are really old.
I am so, I am old, the column is old, but with that comes wisdom. With that comes memories. With that, listen, what cracks me up is giving advice when I was as young as I was when I started, because what was I talking about?
Exactly. Much better, I think, for people giving advice, therapists, the older the better. Look at Ann Landers, Dear Abby, Hints from Heloise. They all went on to like they were 90.
It is true, but some of the best advice I get in the world and in love and in everything is usually from people who are younger than me now, because I think this is why multi-generational friendships are so important, because you get perspective, you get context. So actually, some of the advice I look back, I joke, but some of my 32-year-old advice, I was really paying attention, and I got to hand it to myself. I was pretty great.
Can I ask you the kind of question that I hate that people ask when people are celebrating anniversaries? Do you have a favorite column or question? I know it's pathetic. And
it's not
this
pathetic.
is a little less pathetic. What's the single most recurring theme in all of the stuff you've seen over 17 years?
The single most recurring theme is sort of a concept of, am I doing this right?
Yeah.
As if there is a right way. So is it, am I getting over this breakup correctly? Am I dating correctly? Is there one path to success in relationships? And it's a really hard question to answer, because there is no right. There's treating people well and treating yourself well. So that's for me, though, the favorites, I still have a breakup letter, because the people who read it are like, oh, it's just a breakup, like get over it, whatever. But then they're like, oh wait, I remember that feeling, and it's such a singular feeling, a specific kind of grief. So I think the bread and butter of advice columns is, I've experienced loss, and I'm not sure how sad I'm allowed to be, how my feelings work. So I still. It's not that they're my favorite. I don't want people to get dumped. It's very hard to get broken up with. But I think they're important letters.
Okay, I love the breakup ones too. In this one we're going to talk about in a second, your ex is still on Venmo. I mean, she was beside herself in that one. And, I think that's good to know that other people are beside themselves and non-functional for weeks. And
this is a podcast thing, we should say.
This is a podcast thing. We're going to get to Venmo. It's about Venmo. But I mean, am I correct? They weren't like madly in love. They were just really good friends, weren't they?
This references a podcast episode that we brought out of the vault and re-examined, because one of the first episodes I ever did on the podcast was about how to get over a breakup and what it means for social media. Do you have to block your ex? Is it healthy to see what they're doing? Not shockingly, the answer is you don't have to look at that. But the weird thing about the story was that I thought I was going to be hearing from people about Instagram, which was still fairly new then, Twitter at the time. What someone told me was a story of their ex showing up at their house, a mess, obviously not over the breakup, and he said, I see what you're doing on Venmo. Because for many people, they're on Venmo, the app where you pay for things, and it's public. Like Jim just paid Marjorie for a sandwich right at the library. So this man had convinced himself that she had moved on, fallen madly in love with someone new, because he created a story based on the Venmo transactions. And that's when you know, wow, we can really see what everybody's doing all the time unless you make it private. So I love this podcast episode because it's about all the ways you might have to block an ex who's hurt your feelings. But I did think it was interesting that you're right. The woman who tells us this story about her ex said, I think I was in better shape about the breakup because I cried for months and really felt my feelings, and he had not done the work.
Yeah, she was beside herself.
She was beside herself.
I love that she was beside herself. Because then if you're beside yourself, you don't feel so bad about being beside yourself. And you can make up your breakup playlist and sit there and weep to the sad music for days.
How great is the expression "beside yourself"? By the way, just think about it for a minute.
Literally.
How great is
That's
that?
right.
Sorry, Meredith.
It's
go
a
ahead.
great expression because you are over there,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I like to think of myself as a feelings person, but I go out of my way not to feel feelings. I will do laundry. I will, intellectually examine a feeling, but it's actually really hard to sit there and say, "Oh, I'm just sad. Oh, I'm uncomfortable." But the more you do it, the easier you can move past these challenges.
So. Someone, actually, it was Juliet Kion that told me years ago to make my Venmo account private, which I did.
Who doesn't make that? I've never heard of this
I think
in
a
my
lot
life.
of people don't. A lot of people don't even know about it.
From my memory, and I'll have to be corrected if I'm wrong, when Venmo first started, the default was public. So when I joined, and I was one of the last adopters of Venmo, and when I finally did it, I was like, oh, I have to turn this off because I don't want anybody knowing.
Well, I don't know how to turn it off. I just click private. You click
Private, right, yeah,
but other than if you want to make a point intentionally, why does anyone ever have a public
Because they don't know.
Venmo?
They don't know. I just talked to people this morning right here over at this library who told me they didn't know they could go public. I don't know if they're... There we go, over there.
We can say who it is. Derek's a buddy of ours.
I think
okay, there you go.
I don't think it's unusual at all, Derek. And I see all that my children are doing. They could be making it private, but they don't. They're like tech savvy. It's all way. I hear.
Okay, I think that's
I gave $2 for a tuna fish sandwich, and somebody else paid for the laundry.
Do you remember when Facebook started that people would tag themselves at places like, oh, Meredith Goldstein was at the movies, or I think this is in some ways, to watch friends pay each other for a fun night out, or it's almost like a record of social life. So I don't think people are thinking about it too much. But listen, if you don't want to see what an ex is doing, you may want to not even look at that because you don't want to see that person
Concert
pay a new person
something.
And the emoji with the heart.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't need to, no one needs to see that. But I love, for the dumps, this is a fun podcast.
It says in 2021, Joe Biden's Venmo was public. Did you know that?
And what happened on it? I mean, what did he do?
Following a passing mention in the New York Times that the president sent his grandchildren money on Venmo.
I find it so.
BuzzFeed News searched the president's account and got right in there.
Oh my God.
He's paying a lot of Biden family members mapped out a social web. The first family, a wide network of people that he was paying money to. Well, there you go.
I find it interesting as a relationship columnist when couples are paying each other for things. This is none of my business, but I'm looking at it anyway. When I see how couples separate their finance, pay each other for, I've paid, a babysitter or a cleaning person, and they're telling me how essentially how they run their household because I think, and they're making it public. So in my voyeuristic way, I'm kind of interested, but truly it's none of my business.
Well, how about a situation, for example, you're paying someone to say silent, like Stormy Daniels. Now, let me...
All of this always happens on Venmo, yes.
We told in advance, because it was not one of her pieces, we told Meredith here that we wanted to talk about this huge movie that's opening on Friday, and that, of course, would be about the relationship between the great Melania Trump and her husband, Donald J. Trump. Now, already, before you got here, Andy Borowitz, our favorite satirist, has written about it, the headline of which is, Trump falls into coma during screening of Melania's movie. Disaster struck at the White House on Tuesday night when Donald J. Trump fell into what appeared to be an irreversible coma during a screening of the upcoming film Melania. Trump was unresponsive 7 minutes into the screening, despite the First Lady's attempts to rouse him by repeatedly swatting his right hand. Think about that for a minute. Be wake, the increasingly irate Mrs. Trump shrieked. Speaking on condition of anonymity, one White House source said he looked like Pete Hegseth at the end of a workday. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt later briefed reporters on Trump's coma, asserting this will in no way affect his performance as president. Now, you should care about this because it is an intimate look at a relationship between the highest profile couple in the world, yet you seem to have absolutely no interest.
I don't have any interest. I mean, what I think is interesting is that the highest profile couple in the world.
Are they not?
I would say no.
Taylor Swift.
Oh, okay. Second highest.
and actually, when I think about documentaries that are a love story that I can't figure out but I want to see, like when Jennifer Lopez was like, I'm putting out a movie and I'm going to show you my conversations with Ben Affleck, I thought.
I'd watch that.
I did watch that, and I was like, you know what? Let's make some popcorn and figure this out together. But this is not a relationship that interests me. And it certainly, I have many movies on my must-watch list. I will admit that of the greatest love stories ever told, this is not high ranking for me on a list that I will be running to. But I if anything, right now, when I think about the analysis of women married to men in the spotlight, I think a lot about football right now, because I'm really interested in with the Patriots how people are talking about spouses. So not to shift the attention away from such a film, but yeah.
Listen. This is a texter who says, I didn't know Venmo was public, so when I would send my daughter money now and then to help her out, I put funny comments on like, for cocaine, and other silly comments like that. I later found out it was public. So being a lawyer, at the time being employed as a lawyer for the state, as a full-time public defender, I thought perhaps I shouldn't keep that public anymore.
I guess I'm wrong.
That's a good one. Okay, I have a question about Melania.
Yes.
Now, since nobody's supposed to insult the president or not be, enamored of the president or, adoring him and flattering him, I find it odd that this is the trailer that's all over the place for Melania in theaters January 3rd. Here is the clip from the trailer, Melania.
Here we go again. Together with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
It is safe.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is. Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Did you watch it?
I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
I mean, that's like saying, oh, screw you, Donald. I was too busy redecorating the East Wing when there was an East Wing or something. No, I didn't watch it.
What did her sweatshirt, her jacket say? I don't give a damn. Do you? Or I don't care.
Yeah. So what do you make of that trailer? It's kind of insulting.
This is a man who, this is a reality TV. This is a person who came from reality TV culture, right? So I'm not surprised, and I think there is a strange thing people do to humanize themselves by not looking polished. Yeah. And so I would hope that I don't know anyone who will be running to see this film.
Jim is going.
This is like pulling teeth with this woman here.
Yep.
No, this one is, listen, there is nothing that will, I'm sure there are some people that will say, oh, this is like heartwarming that they're revealing that she didn't. I have no.
Okay, let's get to your columns then, which you apparently do care about. You wrote so much recently about one of the, I think the biggest, talk about what should be a repeat topic, is male friends for women. Tell the story, and this was tell the story that was the basis for this.
This is a constant question I receive from people about, am I allowed as a straight woman to have male friends, especially over a certain age, especially when you're in generations where like maybe you don't do that, right? And
she said she was over 50.
And so like how do you make this feel ethical? And I find this scary because we should all be able to make friends without assuming intentions. I feel like most of the time our intentions are friendship. So I'm always very, telling everyone I can possibly tell, like, go make a friend. And if your partner has a friend that you fear they're interested in, ask yourself why you fear that. I happen to be working on a story and podcast episode about third wheeling and how much I love third wheeling. And so this has come up a lot, which is, it's one thing to third wheel for a couple. Like my sister moved to Palm Springs. She has many friends who are gay couples, men. Fine, it's pretty easy, right? But like the straight couples, she'll admit there's a different politics to it and different boundaries. Yeah. So, but why, right? What are those boundaries and where do they come from? So, I mean, for me, I always want to tell people, like, I think one of the criticisms of this letter writer that a lot of the commenters had was, you're going to try to make these friends at a bar. From my memory, this letter writer was going to a bar to watch a game and talking people up, and a bar is traditionally, at least back in the day, I don't know about this in 2026, where you might hit on somebody, right? It depending on the bar, depending on the tone, it can be a place where sports fans just chime in together, or it can be a place where you're picking somebody up.
So what if it turns out, I am totally with you, and I think it is insane. I've always thought it was insane, this whole notion that you can't have a friend if you're straight. of another gender. However, what if it turns out that it drives your partner nuts? And what do you do with that? I know you have a conversation with him or her or them or whatever, but what do you do if it really is putting them over the edge?
That person might not be the right partner for you. I don't think I could be partnered with somebody who said, there is no straight man in your life that makes me feel comfortable. If it's just about one person, I might really investigate, well, what about this person and this relationship makes you feel a certain way? But I think for some people, they are not meant to be with people who don't like this.
Well, how about the Harry met Sally rule? The Harry met Sally rule is that no men have, most straight man has a friendship with a straight woman because they all want to have sex with that woman.
This is the horrible
there's
thing
some
about
truth to that.
Loving every piece of that movie and everyone who was involved in making that movie, and then also the other piece of that film, which is that line being, whether you consider it a joke that isn't meant to be taken seriously or not, it was still quoted a lot. I mean, there's a lot of writing about the idea of a high-maintenance woman that comes from that movie, right, which feels like it's rooted in some sexism. I do not think it would be scripted that way
today.
Now. And
she said she agrees with it.
Well, I
think there is some truth to it.
I don't know. I do not. I don't know. I mean, I think you feel like straight men and women can't be friends?
No, I think they can be friends, but I think a lot of the time a man becomes friendly with a straight woman because they may like to talk to her, but they have ulterior motives. They'd also like to do other things.
I'll say this, like motives can change really quickly.
Yeah.
Motives can change
very quickly.
And sometimes you meet someone and say, is that nope, actually they're a really good buddy.
I have a really good one for you, I just realized. If any of the guys you've dated through the years, I know we've met your current guy.
Yes.
Who's a wonderful person from our limited contact.
Yes.
But if any of the guys before him, you and Mark Shanahan at the Globe were like inseparable.
That's right.
Is that fair? I mean, inseparable kind of thing.
Yes, and in fact, like spiritually, even though we do more remote work, I still feel spiritually like inseparable.
So did any of the people you were dating or had relationships with have a problem with your relationship with Mark Shanahan?
No. And in fact, I would say my current wonderful person would say, where's Mark? You haven't talked to Mark enough recently. So, but I think that's the thing. It's like you look at me and Mark Shanahan, and it's who was my date to my own sister's wedding, right?
Is that
I mean,
true?
oh my gosh, oh yes, and I would not say he's brotherly. That's not it either. He's just like one of my best friends. He's just like. And there's no other way I can describe that. He's just one of my best friends. I feel seen. Okay,
so. Can we mention, it sort of leaked into third wheeling for a second, which is really another topic about single people spending time socially with couples.
Yes.
And there was a woman who wrote to you about that.
Yes. I've been asking a lot of people, and I think that's brought in some letters about how does it feel to be a third wheel? Why do we even call it that? My sister is learning that third wheeling is amazing now that she's divorced. She loves it. I told her that a secret, which is that you wind up being treated like a little princess baby when you get to go out with couples, right? So it gets this bad rap, but it is harder, I think, when you're younger, when couples are newer. And I did get a letter from somebody who said, I have great friends who love me, but I notice I'm not really invited when it's a night at the theater or a vacation. And to me, I think couples often assume, well, that person wouldn't want to be there because it might make them feel lonely to be the only single person there. So I do think sometimes the single person has to say, I love fifth wheeling. I don't mind. You all can do your thing at some point. I'll go back to the hotel room or whatever. But it does take a certain kind of couple to make it feel like a group.
Look at her face, by the way. She's got I can tell there's another contrary opinion coming.
I've been single. I've been married. I've been in relationships. I can tell you the invites to dinner parties triple when you were in a couple or you're married than when you're single.
See, I felt like when I was single, I was often invited as a real good buffer. Like, come over and distract us. So it's different invitations, certainly. But I think it's important to say to people, don't worry about it, I like it. And if you don't, that's okay too. But I might invite.
I think it's the couples that don't like it.
I think the couples are not entirely sure what the experience is like on the other, especially long-term couples. Like, it's easier for me to say as somebody who was single throughout my 30s, like, no, it's actually fun, it's fun.
Isn't there a taking sides concern too in some circumstances, or no?
I happen to think that if you were truly third wheeling, and that means you're friends with both people and you see them both a lot, it's actually really nice for the couple because they have a shared person who understands them. and sees the good in the relationship. So it can be very validating, I think, for a couple to have company that gets both of you.
You know, this was
we
supposed to...
we have to move on here.
No, we
I
don't.
have to talk about Ellen Hildebrand here.
Oh, okay.
You want to do that?
Else you
I
want to say?
Yeah, I do.
Well, say it quickly, please.
Not about that. Say it quickly, please.
Well, because I want to move on
to... you do Ellen Hildebrand quickly, and I'll do mine
so
quickly.
People may know Ellen Hildebrand has written like 1 million books about Nantucket, people's love lives on Nantucket. We actually had her as a book club selection with Alex Bean when we used to do a book club years ago.
We also invited her on the show many times. She never said yes.
She never said, but you had a sit-down interview with Ellen Hildebrand.
She came to Globe Summit. We talked about, it's funny, the Globe Summit theme this year was revolutionary ideas. And I thought, okay, me talking to Ellen Hildebrand about Nantucket doesn't seem that revolutionary. But the conversation surprised me because we talked a bit about AI and her distaste for it. We also talked about, like, it's kind of revolutionary to... I mean, there's so much money on the table for her to take to just write another book about Nantucket. She could write anything about Nantucket and it will become a bestseller. And she said at this point in her career, I will not do that again. I want to do something different. So that to me was revolutionary, where literally everybody's like, we'll give you all the money to just do the thing everybody likes. She was like, nah, I want to do something else. And she wound up writing a book about a boarding school. So it's a little bit easier to make a bold decision when you've already written the books that made all the money. However, I think there was a lesson in saying, I don't want to do that anymore.
What was the TV show that came out of one of her things in the last year or two?
The Perfect Couple.
Perfect Couple, all about Nantucket.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I watched that when I had COVID. It was great.
She talked a lot about how many years it took to make that, and in fact, that Big Little Lies was such a big success.
Huge.
That's the thing that made this go. That and Nicole Kidman. It helps to have.
Now my
Nicole
turn.
Kidman and Mr. Spotlight that was that played Marty Baron.
Oh, Liev Schreiber.
Liev Schreiber with that great voice.
Yes, great voice.
Okay, so
go ahead,
how
Jim.
does the world of dating and relationships change when the world is about to explode? And you know what was that great song a couple of years ago? If the world was ending, you'd come over, right, or whatever the hell it was. That cute little pop song that everybody was singing. How do you see the change when so many people, we speak to scores of them every week, are feeling our democracy is hanging by a thread?
I feel like you're going to get a glass half full. I'm doing my best here.
Okay.
I think more people can figure out each other's values faster. You're going to find out very quickly if somebody doesn't value what you value. And I also think, like, I want to lead with empathy and love and finding people who want the world to be a better place. And I think people really get that right now. Like it sounds very earnest, and it's hard to say an earnest thing at a time where everything feels kind of okay, if there ever was such a time. So I think what I can say is people are connecting about what they believe in.
Yeah, but starting in 2016 when we were on the air and Trump was first elected and hadn't even done anything horrible yet, do you remember the painful calls we got from people?
Yeah.
I'll never forget this one woman who's a regular caller. Every time she called, she always mentioned her fiance.
Yeah.
No matter whether it fit the conversation, I assume because he was listening. And she didn't mention it one call. And either Marjorie, I said to her, how come you're not mentioning your fiance? Well, we split up. And I said, why'd you, and I didn't say it quite this grossly, why'd you split up? But something like that. It's because even then, the Trump, anti-Trump kind of thing, and this is 11 years later and far worse.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of what we learned, which is that it is important to share values. And by the way, that doesn't just have to mean Trump, anti-Trump. There are a lot of people within, I was fascinated reading Brooke Hauser's recent story about Northampton, right? Where people who would all put themselves in a category of very liberal people having really complicated discussions about what that means. But I think we can come to an agreement with certain people about, like, here's how I want to live my life, and here's how I want to help my community, and here are the things I stand for, and how does that match up with this other person, with you on a dating app? And I think that can really bond people.
Do you know of a good, we're almost out there, do you know of a really strong relationship, in your opinion, where on these kinds of issues, the two partners do not share those values?
No.
Really?
Neither do I.
I don't. It's often we don't talk about it, and the list of what we don't talk about gets so long that it winds up being what you said of that person's not my fiance anymore.
Yeah. I think it's tough enough with sisters, brothers, and parents. It's got to be really tough if it's your partner.
Yeah.
You know?
So I'm going to Milani at 2:15 on Saturday. You free?
Tim's going to tell us all about.
There's actually like a horror movie I'd really like to see, and I don't know. I might just
call you.
Get the popcorn and leave.
How long is it? How long is it?
Hour and 44 minutes. Not that I've checked it out.
That's not too.
So I should be out by 4:15.
So I wonder if we'll see Jeffrey Epstein in the wedding shots, or what are they going to do about Jeffrey Epstein? Because he was hanging out.
I'll let you know on Monday.
We'll see Don and
you will never know.
I will be excited to hear your review. That's my biggest exciting thing about this. I will
Meredith
say is your
Goldstein, happy 17th. Congratulations.
Thank you
very, stuff.
very much. We've been speaking with Meredith Goldstein, columnist of Love Letters fame at the Boston Globe, where she also hosts the great Love Letters podcast. Oh, people wanted to ask if they want to respond to your columns in the Globe. How do they do it? Somebody asked.
They can email me at loveletters@boston.com.
If they want to be one of the readers that respond.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't go away. Jamie or one of our coworkers, we are deluged with Venmo texts. Anonymous texts. Had no idea, capital letters, about private Venmo. Oi.
Yeah.
Another anonymous texter. How does one even make Venmo private?
I told you.
Help me. I guess I was wrong.
Juliet Kine,
this is public service.
This
is
really
public
service. Good to see you.
Okay,
Take care,
coming
Meredith.
up after this quick break, it is cold out. You may have noticed that, snowy, but our dogs still need to go outside a lot. So how are you handling your pet ownership right now? Have you bought Fido a furry little jacket or those cute little booties? Or have you shoveled runways for Fido to run out in the backyard if he's too little to get over the snowbanks? Give us a call next, 877-301-8970. This is BPR and 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Arun Rolfe. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, what we know about Governor Healey's proposed state budget, Boston's Museum of Fine Arts is announcing significant layoffs, and 40 years after the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded, we remember Krista McAuliffe, the New Hampshire public school teacher who died along with 6 other crew members, and the lasting impact she had on her community. It's all starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Babson College, where you can advance your career with an MBA or specialized master's at the school ranked number 2 best college in the United States by the Wall Street Journal 2025. Babson.edu/grad programs. And the Cambridge Homes, a nonprofit independent and assisted living community in Cambridge, offering residents supportive services as well as cultural, educational, and social programs. thecambridgehomes.org/tradition.
Welcome back to BPR. Mark Regan, Jim Browdy, live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Noon to 1 on Friday. The governor will be with us to answer our questions and yours. February 10th, same deal with Mayor Wu right here at the library, both times 12 to 1. After this weekend storm, the temperatures have been consistently horrible, below zero. The snow remains, and with each day accumulates more slush from car traffic, more yellow pea spots from our furry friends. Taking a couple minutes right now to get your thoughts on winter pet ownership. If you're an urban dweller, how are you handling your dog's needs for exercise and those little potty breaks? Maybe you've been training for this moment, getting them used to those tiny little booties in advance of the storm. Maybe you bought them a special jacket for your beloved Shih Tzu. Dog owners, give us a buzz, 877-301-8970. Tell us your trials and tribulations of pet ownership in a horrible winter and your tips for people. And cat owners, we get it. You're gloating from the warmth of the couch. Are very cat-like of you. The number is 877-301-8970. So when Harry the Pea, best dog from C to C, was alive and well, and sadly he has passed on, one of the greatest sweet little dogs ever.
That's right.
How'd you deal? It was tiny. How'd you deal with this?
Well, you have to be. He wouldn't wear those little booties, so I used to put those mushers on it. It's like
I
this.
don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's one of the stories. It's like a wax you put in the bottom of their feet, and then you have to make sure. What they'll do is when they walk on regular rock salt, which is really stings their paws, they'll pick up their paws, and then you have to. What I would do was try to wipe it off with my hands, and then wash his paws when they get back, because it.
You have dog-friendly, whatever you call it,
yeah,
salt.
but
It's
even
expensive,
even the dog-friendly ones, if you read these stories, they're better, but they're not perfect.
know that.
They're not great, even though you're paying a lot of money for them. So you have to be. I mean, the ideal thing is to have some booties. I think we have some pictures of booties that we can show people. That a pair of ridiculous-looking booties.
Tell the story about what would happen in deep snow with your dog. Because, by the way, my daughter's dog, my older daughter's dog, they live near Albany, has the exact same issue. Go ahead.
If you have a lot of snow like this, you got a little dog, and I had a little dog. You take the dog out, and of course the dog walks on top of the snowbanks, and then all of a sudden you turn around, and the dog is gone, and you realize the dog is in the snowbank, going right down. So you have to hoist him out. That's why you always have a harness, so you can hoist your dog out of the snowbank. But there's controversy about dog coats too, like winter jackets, because I always thought if your dog's a hair dog, like this poor dog that survived for 6 days in Needham.
I know,
they dumped this dog in a parking lot. They found him, thank God. The police department. I can't believe this dog survived this long. But it was a wire-haired terrier, and I'm pretty sure that's a hair dog. You think of hair dogs are the ones that don't get as much warmth as a fur dog. So you get a lot. You can go outside pretty cold if you're a fur dog.
But they say that all dogs, their bellies are really
their
bellies and paws.
That's right, which is not where the coats usually cover. The coats cover their backs and their chests. So
we try to do.
It's perilous out there, Jim.
When we depart from the horrible news of the day, which we spent the first half of the show on today, we'd like to also provide a public service. You know what would be hugely valuable?
What?
If one of you can call about a grown dog, I don't mean like a 10-year-old, but 2 or 3 years old, who you didn't put booties on when it was little. Neither of my kids' dogs, they hate them.
Yeah,
they kick them off
my
immediately.
dog too.
How do you train your dog to allow for those little booty things?
I don't know.
Also, are they the cutest thing ever or what?
You have to hire a trainer and pay them $50 an hour or something like that. Siberian Huskies and Malamutes and Samoyeds. Is that how you say it?
Samoyed? I don't know.
Samoyeds or something like that. They're very
What's
happy.
What's a Malamute?
I don't
What does
know,
it look like?
but they're happy. I don't know what it looks like, Jim.
Okay,
I'm just
good.
reading the thing about dogs that are happy outside. And those beautiful white dogs, the beautiful white fur that look beautiful, like white huskies in the winter. They love it in the winter.
Oh, there's a Malamute. Are we putting that up there?
Oh, is that a Malamute?
Whatever
Oh,
it is.
very pretty dog.
Okay, well, that's not so much.
But the little haired dogs don't do that well, and we're going to find out who left this dog in Needham, and they're going to be in big trouble. 877-301-8970. So what do you do with the dogs in the wintertime? And, also, if you have a little dog, you have to shovel runways so the dog can go out and not get lost in a snowbank.
Now, one of the reasons we're talking about this, you may think it's because we love dogs, which both of us do, even though my love came later in life. Anytime we talk about a dog, the primary reason is so we can play a clip from Best in Show.
That's right.
Now, the clip has absolutely nothing to do with the topic except it's about dogs. It is we both agree there's not one wasted line in Best in Show. Would we agree about that?
I would agree.
Okay.
Brilliantly written.
One of the greatest moments in them all. Here's Fred Willard playing a dog show TV announcer in Best in Show. He learns more about how the judges make their decisions. Here he is.
She is really giving him a thorough going over. Are all judges that thorough? I mean,
Yes,
she looks
yes.
at the teeth.
It's very important that all the attributes are examined. Teeth, eyes, ears,
Ouch.
gums.
Am I seeing right? Where's she putting her hands now?
She's just checking out the dog's testicular area to make sure that everything is intact.
Hate to go out on a date with Judge Edie Franklin, have her judge me. That'd be no fun.
Or it might be a lot of fun. 877-301-8970. By the way, we're not going to read the Venmo text. Stop with the Venmo text. We're getting hundreds of them.
You can make it private. That's
Just
the important
click
thing.
private and you're taken care of.
Listen to Andrew from North Attleboro. My dog has a retro patchwork jumper that goes down to her ankles, and a Costco sweater, and rough wear boots, and socks. But we also use Musher's Secret, that's the wax, on her paws. And then, that's a lot of equipment for the dog to go outside. And they also shovel paths in the backyard, so she has a small runway and a few cleared spots, not to face the, the big snowbanks kind of thing.
I've told you, my younger kid's daughter.
We're going to have a picture of your dog in a minute.
Do we have? Oh, yeah, actually, we do have. It's not a great picture of her. The dog. Oh, there it is. Snufkin is the dog's name.
Very cute.
Running in the snow a couple of days ago. It's
my
very
daughter's
tiny.
dog is, of course, cuter. There's my daughter's dog.
Well,
now, that is a good-looking dog,
that is
wouldn't
a cute
you
little
say?
dog. Okay.
That's Leela.
I don't
Hi,
think
Leela.
it's not really a competition, Marjorie. But my point, thank you. Let's not do that. Let's stay on that one for a second. The point I was trying to make, if Marjorie hadn't
Look
so
at Leela,
rudely
little
interrupted.
paws up in the air.
Okay, it's cute, Marjorie.
She's toughing it out. No coat on her.
Fine. Looks are not the whole issue. It's what kind of person the dog is, too. Do you mind if I get this thought out before we get to the calls? Thank you. I will. Okay. The point I was trying to make, I have no idea. What was the point I was trying to make?
I don't know.
I know the point I was
It's too
trying
bad
to
we
make.
can't blow up those pictures to really get a look at the faces.
Okay, fine. The point I was trying to make
That's a beautiful dog.
was this.
Yep.
What was this? Oh, that the dog, Snufkin, shows great enthusiasm for the snow for about 30 seconds until it gets really, really cold because it's a tiny dog and its paws get cold. So what my daughter has attempted to do unsuccessfully so far is hold the dog up over the sidewalk in the hopes the dog will pee while she is holding the dog, and it is yet to happen.
I've seen a lot of people carrying their dogs in my neighborhood.
Well, you have to carry them because they get really cold.
Well, I think it's because of the salt. I think that's a big thing. And the pet-friendly salt is usually green, and the rock
very
salt.
Very expensive, too.
It is very expensive. It's like twice as much. Okay, 877-301-8970. Wendy, what is your secret for the dog in the wintertime?
Hello, Wendy.
Hello, first time, long time listener.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks. What's up?
So I have two mini schnauzers, a 2-year-old and a 10-year-old. They both wear heavy coats. They both wear boots.
Oh.
Elsie has like up-type boots, and my younger dog Finn has boots that look more like leggings.
We saw
leggings. And that way they don't.
They can't kick them off.
Come off his paws.
I think Nicole has a picture of a dog with the leggings on. There it is, right there. How about that?
So, Wendy, how much does the dog that has the booties object to them?
Look at him.
I see it. And does the dog with the leggings object to them? Are they both okay with them?
They're humiliated and embarrassed.
Well, let's find out from.
They both object when I first put them on, but once they're outside, they're totally fine.
Don't you remember?
Hey, Wendy, thanks for your first call. We appreciate it. Good luck with the dogs.
The psychological damage of the testicle issue. Remember you talked about that with the dogs? The dogs that got...
When did I talk about a dog's testicles? That was Fred Willard.
No. The male dogs that got spayed. They would be embarrassed at the dog park.
Oh, that was like 10, 15 years ago, yes.
People would buy these fake testicles because...
This is true, by the way.
It would help the dog's ego when the dog was at the dog park.
Actually,
it's true.
Do you know it's not only true? When Jeff Bezos started Amazon, it was books and fake testicles. Those are the only two things he sold. And that's
you can look it up. I know you don't
look
believe
it up
me, Jamie,
and
but
give
it's
us
true.
something.
It's
look it
true.
Up.
Okay.
Jamie, look it up. Thank you. Laura in Cohasset.
Hi, Laura.
You're next. Hello there, Laura. What's up?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm just trying to hook Lucy up at the moment to get her out. She just runs into the on a rope into the tracks of the car.
Well, we'll wait. We have nothing to do here.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Take care of that.
I'm sorry?
Oh, go ahead. No, I'm kidding.
Fine.
Go ahead. What's up?
So what I wanted to tell you was more about the exercise component.
Yeah.
It came in really handy when I had the flu last month.
Mm-hmm.
She loves television.
Oh.
And specifically shows about dogs. They have to have a plot. Rescued by Ruby, Benji, Caramello, which is in Portuguese.
Yeah. Oh, look, the dog's participating.
And as soon as the Netflix sound comes, she starts just bouncing up and down and getting excited. And then when the show's on, she will jump 2 to 3 feet in the air for 90 minutes.
Oh, my God. That's great.
She watches the dog.
Okay, I may have missed something, Laura. What does that have to do with what we're talking about exactly? I missed that part. Oh, exercising the dog. Oh, I got it. Thank you, Zoe, for explaining it to me. And does that help in the outdoor experience? That part I missed too, Laura.
Yeah, well, so we don't have to go out so much because she gets her exercise. She's the doctor says she's in incredibly good shape. She clearly is well exercised.
Oh.
So I'm a lazy person. I don't like the cold. So I can just turn on the TV and put on Benji and
now I get
jumping up and down.
Well, if that works, that is brilliant, actually. Thank you, Laura, for sharing that tip. We appreciate it.
This one is a little bit graphic, little, number one, number two, so forth. But this person is really struggling. Good afternoon, Jim and Marjorie.
Hello
I have
there.
an old dog. She's on prednisone because she has COPD. She's 13, drinks tons of water. Because of the drug, she has to go out numerous times, like every hour. My sidewalk is yellow snow, but the poop is an issue as it freezes if you don't pick it up immediately.
I think this is a bad choice.
I tried pouring hot water I tried pouring hot water around it, but that froze immediately too. Right. It's kind of a candid camera moment when you're chipping away at it, and it pops into your face in little bits.
We still have 3 people listening in Taunton, and they're about to turn it off. I cover it with
snow and wait. Hopefully the sun will heat it up enough so I can put it in a poop bag.
Thank you. Now, let's change topics.
I thought that was great.
Here's Jamie's research. According to the internet, those are called nudicles. That is correct.
Nudicles.
Patented solid silicone testicular implants designed for neutered dogs, cats, and other animals to maintain their natural pre-neutered look and feel.
That's right.
Created in 1995, these cosmetic prosthetic devices come in various sizes, shapes, and textures to mimic natural testicles. Now,
it's because they don't want their manhood to be under attack at the dog park, right?
Correct.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we had that. And other countries don't, a lot of other countries, they don't neuter their dogs.
No.
So these unneutered males, you have to watch out for them at the dog park. We had a French bulldog. It was, of course, French, and it was unneutered, and it was big trouble at the dog park, big trouble.
Do you have a drink in the 1 o'clock hour or what? I'm just curious. Do you have like a martini at 1?
No, I did not. I like talking about dogs.
Okay.
Let's go to Carol in Ipswich. Hi, Carol.
Hello, Carol. Help us out. Hello.
I have a lot of solutions.
Well, that's not working. Hey, Carol, we got to put you on hold for 1 second. Horrible connection. We'll take another call. We'll come back to you. Just walk around your house or do something, and hopefully it'll be a better connection.
I had a dog back in the 70s that got him booties, worked really well until he heard that disco song, Shake Your Booty, and then it became uncontrollable.
That's pretty funny. Jennifer in Carlisle, welcome to the show. How are you, Jennifer?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I have a 46-pound, 10.5-year-old rescue dog named Bean. If he was a human, he'd look like Robert Redford in his prime.
He looked like Robert Redford
in his prime. Wow.
He is that handsome. So my family moved from Washington, D.C. to Carlisle. My husband grew up in Newton. He told me these days.
Jennifer, we got to do the same thing to you. This is horrible because this one sounds great, but we have a horrible connection. Is this us, Jamie, or we don't know? We have a horrible connection. Don't go away. We're going to put you on hold. I promise we'll come back. Is Carol from Ipswich the one we tried and it didn't work? Let's try her.
We're
going to get back to you. Carol and Jennifer, don't go away.
We have a tragedy reported by a texter.
Okay.
They have a Chihuahua. It's been deported by ICE.
That's funny. Anonymous texter, if you had ended at 1, we would have missed the frozen poop and fake dog testicles. That's a really good. That's going to be one of the downsides of our new hours.
No. We'll keep our. We're going to have the same light item at the end of the hour.
Notice who brought both of those up, by the way, just for the record. Ellen in a truck.
See what the YouTube poll says?
No.
Marjorie's dog is much cuter.
And can I tell you something? It is rigged exactly like the 2020 election.
There she is.
Ellen in a truck.
There's Leela
Ellen
bounding
in a truck.
through the snow.
How are you, Ellen?
Again.
Hello again, Ellen. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I'm still laughing. I'm still laughing from the Best in Show.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Wasn't that great?
We'll play that a few more times. Why not? Go ahead. What's up?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
So I have the coolest dog. I have a very short, adorable tricolor corgi.
Yeah, love corgis.
And I've called you guys before over the horseback riding job thing and all
hi,
kinds
Ellen.
of stuff.
We know you. Hi.
Yeah.
What's up?
I'm good. I'm the other Ellen.
Okay.
So I haven't. Oh, I've got this big. It's repeating in my ear,
God,
so I have to really focus.
This is another nightmare.
We're having problems.
We can't hear you either. Ellen, we're going to put you on hold for a second. Is this fixable or is this hopeless? Let's try Jennifer in Carlisle, and let's see if we can't hear you either.
My 11-pound dog is trying to perfect the art of walking on only 2 of his legs. He's been tipping over a lot.
You know what I forgot to tell you? The dog, my kid's dog, who the poll was rigged against, do you know what the dog does when he gets frozen? Because they were saying in the thing.
When he gets frozen?
When he's really cold. I don't mean frozen solid. He sits down. I forgot to tell you this. Sits down on the snow or the ice and refuses to walk. Isn't that odd?
Well, they say when dogs get really cold, they try to close in on themselves.
They do?
But that's not the same as sitting down in the snow, is it?
Okay, but thank you. Jennifer in Carlisle, we're trying you a second time.
All right, I'm back.
This sounds good so far. Go ahead.
Oh. Okay, good. All right, where did I leave off?
We don't have no idea.
Very handsome.
Oh, you have a 47-pound Robert Redford lookalike dog. Go ahead.
Exactly. And my husband gave me some misinformation. He told me the winters here were mild these days. So fast forward, we got 2 feet of snow in the backyard. My dog won't go out. We have to shovel him a path in the backyard just so he can tinkle. But he is snack motivated. So we've discovered some places in Concord and Carlisle, antique stores, even a post office, that'll give him treats. And if I say we're going there, he'll find the strength to persevere.
Great.
So that's my trick.
That is fabulous, actually. That's a smart 40-some-pound dog, too. Jennifer, thank you. Patrick and Quincy made a fabulous offer, Marjorie. Patrick says, I will become a sustaining member if you stop talking about plastic testicles.
I'm sorry, Patrick. Hey, I just wanted to say, a texter just alerted us to this, and I just looked it up, and so did Jamie. Bruce Springsteen has a new protest song about Minneapolis.
He does?
Yeah, so we'll have to listen to that.
We also know at a concert
later.
he mentioned Renee Good immediately after she was killed, and I believe, can you check this, Jamie, if you don't mind, that he gave $500,000 to her family shortly thereafter.
Ellen,
thanks.
A lot of dogs really love the snow.
Oh, no, we haven't talked to Ellen. We're going to take Ellen again. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
What were we going to say?
I said a lot of people talk about how much their dogs love the snow. Pat and Dedham says she can't get 2 out of 3 of her golden retrievers to come inside out of the cold and snow most days. A lot of them really do love it. It's not always, it's the little dogs, I think, and the little skinny dogs like a whippet. Poor whippets, they really struggle, so they're so skinny.
Yeah.
Ellen from
The Truck.
The Truck. Hi, Ellen.
Here we go again.
Yes. You can hear me now.
Yes.
Sort of. Go ahead. Take it away.
Perfect. Okay. So I have the Queen's dog. She's a short little corgi.
Oh, yes. Great
Loves
dogs.
The snow, but people are using salt. I use sand. Sand doesn't hurt anybody's feet.
Good point.
You don't fall down. It works well. But I might have to put booties on her, and just give them food, man. Train them with treats, and then they like everything. And corgis are little piggy poos, but she loves the snow, and so we go out all the time. My big pet peeve, which I said to your producer, is people who don't clean up after their dog.
Oh, please. I am so with you. They should be.
Ellen, but you know what? I'm so glad you mentioned sand, because the salt, even the pet good salt, is really bad for the environment, really bad for the rivers and the lakes, and and not to mention your cars. We'd be so much better off with sand. Once upon a time we did. Why wasn't there a crusade for sand? Maybe it just doesn't work as well. Well, I'm sure it doesn't work as well as melting the ice, but we'd be better off, I think, overall if we went to sand.
That's beautiful. That's
yes.
right.
Yeah.
And you sweep it into the environment.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And when I had horses, so they didn't fall and break their shoulders like happened once, I sanded everything. All you saw was sand. And when the sun comes out, it melts and you can grip. There's no slippery stuff.
Ellen, thanks for the advice. We appreciate it.
Speaking of sand, we have a hi from Belrica. I had a dog try to tell me hay on the snow really helps dogs walk on the snow, and that makes sense.
Okay. Now, by the way,
What?
this is on an unrelated topic, but one that you care deeply about. This is from Emil in Marlborough. He's just thinking out loud. If you and your guests, this is something we're going to try, could talk at 1.5 times the rate of your current conversations, you could cram 3 hours of content into 2 hours. That is a really
very good,
valuable suggestion.
But
Thank you, Emil.
we're going to skip the news at 1 o'clock, so we're going to have a lot of segments, right?
We
We're
are.
going to go right on through. It's going to work out well. 6
It
segments.
is?
Yeah, it's going to be 6 segments. What are they going to be each? 20 minutes long? Is
No,
that
it's
what
not
we're doing?
6 segments. That's okay.
Okay, well, what is it? How
5
many?
segments.
5 segments.
Yeah.
Okay, how
Remember
long?
the meetings we've had? Remember the discussions we had?
Okay, I missed them.
Okay.
I guess I wasn't
That
paying
was
attention.
the meeting you missed is the one where he talked private Venmo. That was the real problem there.
Barry in Lexington.
You got a minute, Barry.
Hi, Barry.
Hi there.
Hi there.
I want to put in a plug for dogs wearing booties.
Go ahead, please do.
And there's no shame in that. Our niece raises sled dogs in Seward, Alaska.
Oh my God!
And they all wear booties.
They do.
They all wear booties. They start them when they're really young.
Yeah.
So it's not an issue when they get older.
Mm-hmm.
And so our grand dog here in Boston wears booties too. And we're proud of that.
That is a beautiful story.
You're so
to end
right.
The
You're going to start it when they're puppies, like
It's
a lot of
lovely.
other things. You're going to start when they're young. A lot of us waited too long. Now, Jared,
Barry, thank you.
You don't have a dog, do you?
I don't now.
You don't
I grew
now.
up with tons of dogs.
Do you have a Venmo account?
I do.
Do you do private or public Venmos?
Private.
Yeah.
Did you know that you? When did you learn that you could do private?
Pretty early on.
Exactly. I mean, what's the problem, Marjorie?
Shocking. The majority of people say that they would actually take care of Jim if he turned into a dog.
What does that have anything to do with anything?
He was just talking about
what kind of dog would he be?
I don't know. What kind of dog would you be, Jim?
Can I ask another question?
I'm thinking a bull mastiff.
Bull mastiff. That's a good one.
Have you read the personnel manual recently?
The GBH
I just have a question.
Manual?
I shouldn't ask this on air, but since you're here, is it in violation of the personnel manual to have a martini between the 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock segment, the 12 and 1 o'clock segment of
Jim
our
is
show?
Accusing me of drinking.
Not if you have a chaperone and I'm the chaperone.
Exactly.
So there we go. You're safe.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what's in your things over there?
No, it's my coffee actually. Jim
Coffee,
wants to
quote,
portray
unquote.
me as a lush.
What's that play that we snuck drinks into? We were watching the dress rehearsal.
That was your idea.
That was fabulous.
Oh, it was at the Piazza. Was it the Piazza?
Oh, right. That was great.
Light at the Piazza.
Yeah, that's right. Light at the Piazza. You were the one that wanted to do that, Jim, and you were very happy that it worked out extremely well.
Martini in the Piazza.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, we had actually it was those gin drinks that the Bully Boys.
Oh, for Bully Boys, guys.
It was the what's the gin drink? The
Negroni.
Italian Negroni. Exactly. Yeah. The ready-made Negroni. Put it right there. I had ice and
You know what's
everything.
incredible? The two leads in the show carried Marjorie to the car. It was so beautiful. They didn't even know her, but they saw her pass out,
All right,
so they
Jim,
figured, why not
we're
take
almost
her?
out of time here.
What are you doing on the
Almost
show, Jared, there?
Well, it's an easy one to talk about. So today is our Wednesday watch party. We're talking
the movie.
all about Groundhog Day.
Love that.
God, that's a great
I
movie.
know, the
this is gonna be
1993
fun.
classic. Yeah, it should be super fun to talk about. Starring
Yeah.
Bill Murray. So, of course, we're taking your calls. If you're here at the library, you can tell us what you think of the film.
What did you think of the film?
I'm going to talk about it at 2 o'clock.
What did you think of the film?
I thought it was great. I loved it. Bill Murray, who was
Andie MacDowell.
Andie MacDowell. God, I loved her. She was in Sex, Lies, and Videotape, too. Remember that one?
I
do
remember that.
When did you last have a dog?
It's been a long time.
Did it have artificial testicles?
No.
It did not. We've
Why
covered
did I-
everything. No, that was nudicles were a topic on today's show.
Is that a thing?
It is a thing, yes.
Bhakta on YouTube says they love Jim as a pet, if he were a pet, and as a person.
That's
they
beautiful.
Love you too. Isn't that nice?
That's one, by the way. So let's see if we can find a second one before tomorrow's show.
But my dog won the beauty contest. Just want to point that out before I go
It's
and
not
call
your
my
dog, by
daughter
the way.
and
It's
tell her.
your
It's my
daughter's
daughter's dog. I'm going to call her and
I'm going to
tell
go order your collar online right now before our show.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your name
Jared
and
Bowen
everything.
coming up, Culture Show at 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you for people that came down to the cold weather library. Really appreciate it. Keep up with us 24/7 of our podcast, or check out the TikTok page. Tomorrow, we'll have political analyst Chuck Todd, former Massachusetts Secretary of Public Safety Andrew Cabral, retired federal judge Nancy Gertner, Andy
Great.
Arthur Freed on his book Lead Like the Boss. The Boss is a new protest song out. That would be Bruce Springsteen, of course. The mayor of Providence, Rhode Island, Brett Smiley, weeks after that horrible tragedy of the multiple murders at Brown University.
He's trying to create ice-free zones in Providence as well. We'll talk to him about that.
We want to thank our crew, Zoe Matthews, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, our engineer, John the Claw Parker, our executive producer, Jane Bologna. Special thanks to our BPL staff, Maddie Geyer, Patrick Lally, Juan Jose Newsfeed Cafe, and across the street at the Lennox Hotel. Jared and the Culture Show are next, and they're going to talk about Groundhog Day, one of the most fun movies
Huge fun movie.
ever. They're going to be right here at the library on 89.7 GBH, live from the studio at the Boston Public Library. I'm Marjorie Egan.
Jim Browdy.
Thanks again for tuning
Bye,
in today.
everybody.
Hope you can tune in tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Go Leela, you did a great job.
God loves a terrier.
Our programs comes from you.
And the University of Massachusetts Amherst. UMass, the state's flagship public research university, empowers students to be the future in the pursuit of progress for Massachusetts and beyond. More at umass.edu.
What if women were hidden among the ranks of ancient Rome's fearsome gladiators? A group of experts searches for evidence of these queens of combat. Watch Secrets of the Dead tonight at 10 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Culture Show news desk, I'm Henry Santoro. The music world lost another superstar this week.
Open up your heart, what do you feel?
Two-time Grammy Award-winning reggae drummer Sly Dunbar, who played with everyone from Bob Marley to Bob Dylan and was one half of the influential reggae rhythm section, Sly and Robbie, passed away on Monday. Sly and Robbie, also known as the Rhythm Twins, they played literally thousands of reggae classics, not to mention work they did with the likes of the Rolling Stones and Grace Jones, where they played on 3 of Jones's albums. Just listen to Sly on drums and Robbie on bass.
See the breaking glass in the underpass.
Sly Dunbar was 73. Meanwhile, someone who's no stranger to rockin' in the free world is none other than Neil Young. Earlier this week, Neil Young told Rolling Stone magazine that his music will never be available on Amazon. Why? Well, because Amazon is owned by Jeff Bezos, and Jeff Bezos is a friend of and supports President Trump. Young says he's giving his complete catalog of music free of charge to Greenland in its fight to stay out of the hands of Trump's USA. And we're just a few days away from the world premiere of Melania Trump's new documentary, and it's pretty hard to find someone outside of the White House who is interested in it.
Here we go again.
Early signs indicate that the film is struggling big time to gain traction in the UK ahead of its release. Several sources say it's struggling to sell even a single ticket for many of its scheduled screenings across Britain. One theater says it sold 3 tickets, yes, 3 advance tickets to a later screening.
Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Did you watch it?
I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
That's this edition of the GBH Weekly Wednesday Afternoon Culture Cast. I'm Henry Santoro. Next up, The Culture Show with my friend and yours, Jared Bowen, live at the Boston Public Library.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel, it's our Wednesday Watch Party, the show where we revisit the movies that shaped us and ask if they still hold up. This month, we're stuck in a time loop with Groundhog Day. Released in 1993, the Bill Murray comedy starts as a small-town farce and turns into something stranger and deeper. A romantic comedy about repetition, self-improvement, and what it means to actually change. As cynical weatherman Phil Connors relives the same February 2nd over and over and over and over to the sound of Sonny and Cher's I Got You Babe, the film moves from slapstick to existential comedy and eventually to something like Grace. Critics loved it, scriptwriters cribbed from it, and audiences turned it into a classic. All to make Groundhog Day popular shorthand for describing the recurrent, monotonous nature of daily life. So set your alarm clock, grab some coffee at the Tip Top Cafe, and join the conversation. In 2026, are we still stuck in Groundhog Day? And is that actually a good thing? That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. I'm joined by co-hosts Callie Crossley and Edgar B. Horwick III. We're kicking off another Culture Show Movie Club Wednesday watch party. And what could be more meta than asking you to relive the movie Groundhog Day than by asking you to watch it again and again and again?
Weatherman Phil Connors is spending the day in Puxatawney, Pennsylvania. Phil's about to find out. He's not just stuck in Puxatawney, he's stuck in Groundhog Day.
I'm reliving the same day over and over.
You gotta love those trailers from 40 years ago. The 1993 Bill Murray classic traps a cynical weatherman in the same day over and over, and somehow turns that premise into one of the strangest, smartest studio comedies of the modern era. Directed by Harold Ramis, the film blends slapstick, romance, and existential dread, posing a deceptively big question. What would you do if you had forever to get it right? And how would you survive that monotonous test? More than 30 years later, Groundhog Day has become international shorthand for déjà vu, routine, and the deeply unsettling notion of being forced into repetition. In fact, only days ago, President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, invoked the film at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
Everyone remembers the great American film Groundhog Day with Bill Murray and Andy McDowell. Yes, but no one would want to live like that, repeating the same thing for weeks, months, and of course for years. And yet, that's exactly how we live now. We have told our European partners multiple times, act now, but Europe still remains in Greenland mode. Maybe someday someone will do something.
He's certainly experiencing the highs and lows of that movie. So on the eve of the actual Groundhog Day, we ask, does it still hold up? Is it a romantic comedy, a Buddhist parable, or just a perfectly tuned vehicle for Bill Murray? We're opening the lines and asking, what does Groundhog Day mean to you? How does it play now? Call or text us at 617-300-3838. Again, that number is 617-300-3838. Or if you're here joining us at the library, we have a crowd mic right in front of us. Step up there. So yes, again, Groundhog Day, this classic from 1993, perfect Bill Murray vehicle, perfect Bill Murray being Bill Murray, which is a curmudgeon and finding himself at a crossroads, and then slowly but surely, we'll tread into how slowly but surely, he finds his way into a different character. I have to say that we all rewatch these films just like everybody else, and I don't think I had seen this from the first time it came out, and I was just a kid, and I went back to it, and it is a heck of a different story to see this and understand it as an adult, because there is layer after layer after layer here.
I can totally agree. I'll out myself. The first time I saw it 1,000 years ago, and I guess I haven't seen it in between, I thought, nice love story, rom-com. This time I'm like, boom, 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 parable, yeah. Buddhism. And I just missed it. I mean, I missed so many details that make it so wonderful. So, wow, yes, it holds up, and it offers much, much more on second, third look.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you think about, it's funny listening to, the president of Ukraine talking about this film. First of all, I love the fact that he's like starring Bill Murray and Andy McDowell. Like, why throw that in? That's amazing.
Well, remember, he was an actor himself.
Exactly. That's true. But, I grew up in Pennsylvania. And and I'm old enough that Groundhog Day was a thing in our lives before the movie came out. Like in Pennsylvania, it was a pretty big deal, Groundhog Day, and the fact that this was happening in Punxsutawney. But now, if you say Groundhog Day to anybody, they think of the film. They think of this metaphor, this idea of living again and again and again. They don't think about the actual, there's a groundhog and he does a funny thing at Gobbler's Knob and he predicts the weather. It is superseded that, which is, you want to talk about the impact, impact of a film. There's no bigger impact than that. It is shorthand for what the movie is about, which is an incredible achievement.
Well, as I was watching, it's so funny that we just recently talked about A Christmas Carol, because I thought this is an extension of A Christmas Carol. Yeah. This is Scrooge. This is Bill Murray going back into that territory. This is also It's a Wonderful Life, because we find this person. Well, here, let's play a little bit. Here's Phil at the beginning of the film talking about very interior-wise, he's got such ego, talking about his future endeavors outside of Pittsburgh.
Fun in Punxsutawney, Phil.
For your information, Hairdo, there is a major network interested in me.
Yeah, that would be the Home Shopping Network.
Thanks, Larry. Go wait in the van, will you?
So he's carrying this attitude that this is his last show at the rodeo, at this tiny little rodeo. He's not going to have to do Punxsutawney Phil anymore. And then once he begins waking up in the same day over and over again, he has to have this reckoning with himself and understand everything about himself that has not allowed him to advance to the next day. And so he has to find his way to that. Again, if you're looking at it just the way it was marketed to us all those years ago, you think you're watching this comedy. You don't really understand that it's this major existential movie, because the only way that he can move forward is to move himself forward morally.
And by the way, he doesn't do that initially. He just resists any and all of those influences, and just continues to be himself and thinks the next day I wake up it's going to be different. And so that's what makes it. When you mentioned Christmas Carol, they actually go back in the history, except for the Ghost of the Future, and show what show Scrooge what he did in the past, so he can sort of see and reconcile that with what's happening now and how people are perceiving him. But Bill doesn't have advantage of that. Phil doesn't have advantage of that. He just has to figure out what is going on and why is it happening to me. And of course that's how he receives it at first. It's all me. I don't get this, and I'm going to figure out how to push against this. And then his next step is to, of course, take advantage of it.
But what's cool about it is, and this is one of the things about the movie that really works, is the way it's paced out and the way that they demarcate his journey, right? So to your point, Callie, at first he's incredulous and he thinks something like, he's kind of gone crazy. Then he's like in denial. He doesn't want it to happen. But then once he embarks on that journey, he works on self-improvement in a bunch of different ways. First of all, it's like, how can I take advantage of this fact and have a little fun? So he has some fun for a while. Then it's like, okay, well, the fun is worn off. What else is there? He gets to know other people. He works on skills. He works on, hard skills, like learning how to do things. All of these things, they're like sort of moment by moment metered out through the movie, so you get this sense of the stages he's going through as he's grappling with this, and it helps demarcate this long period of time.
And don't forget that he starts to change or see the differences based on the influence of the people around him. Andy McDowell, of course, is the major influence. Sure. But there is the whole town of people who are acting in their own regular mundane lives that he has to interact with and realize, I'm the odd one here. Other people are living their lives in a different kind of way.
I love it. In her review at the time, Janet Maslin, writing in the New York Times, described it as half Capra, half Kafka, which is such a brilliant distillation of this. Again, our number is 617-300-3838, 617-300-3838 to call in, text us, or come up to the crowd mic here. Let's dive into the time. So the first thing I noticed was the editing. I thought that this is very generous, because I feel like if this movie were made today, they would have to hit you over the head with the fact that they are advancing time. Sometimes there are just these cuts that in the movie so that we've advanced in time, or it's not even a huge signal that we've advanced in time. What I never realized, and why I didn't think it worked at the time until I started thinking about it here, is that I think the script called for a 10,000 year span. So this is a man who's living 10,000 years over and over and over again. Harold Ramis, I think at one point, the director said that it was maybe 10 or 30 years that he was moving. Because when I finished watching it this time, I had to piece together how much he's able to do, knowing each of those people in the town to be able to insinuate himself into their lives, or the Andy McDowell character who plays his producer with whom he's trying to establish a relationship. We'll touch on that later too, because that's not always clean. But this, if you think about it as a 10,000 year span, then this movie is even more profound, I think.
It is, but I would even say you don't lose any profundity from just 40 years, because by the time it takes him a good 35, I would say, before he starts to realize, I'm here and now I'm going to have to, react to the other people. I want to get back to the parableness of it all, because a lot of people have compared it to Buddhism, and as Ramis has said in the past, is it Ramis or Ramis? I don't know, the director and writer, that Christians have claimed it, that Jews have claimed it, that pretty much every religion has claimed the
Oh,
story
absolutely.
and how he improves himself because they can see the threads in it. And the point that I was making about he starts to change because of the people around him and Andy McDowell. I went and looked up a Bible passage because I was interested about what the Bible would say about how one models this. And one version in Matthew 5:16, in the same way let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. So if you think of Andy as a person who's just living her life, and at some point he finally recognizes and says, you're the kindest person I've ever met.
Yeah.
I mean, she's, making an impact on him by just being who she is. And that, in fact, reflects, for Christians, a very faith perspective.
Well, let me skip ahead to the end then. So we've each picked clips of the movie, and my two clips are the bookends to the film, because for people who haven't seen it, might not understand the journey that we're talking about that Phil undergoes. Here he is delivering his final weather report after maybe 10,000 of them, when he's kind of figured out life, and he's much more cultural. Here he is delivering his final weather report to a really rapt crowd.
When Chekhov saw the long winter, he saw a winter bleak and dark and bereft of hope. Yet we know that winter is just another step in the cycle of life. But standing here among the people of Punxsutawney and basking in the warmth of their hearths and hearts, I couldn't imagine a better fate than a long and lustrous winter. From Punxsutawney, it's Phil Connors. So long.
That's pretty extraordinary for a situational comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that I think is really interesting about this movie, and we're talking about the layers upon layers, is the process of how this got written, right? So the screenwriter of this movie, Daniel Rubin, he was the one who kind of took this initial crack at it, and he had been inspired by vampire stories. He was thinking about the notion of vampires, and not the blood-sucking bit, but I think he was reading one of Anne Rice's novels, and he got to thinking about this idea of, if you are immortal, like what are you going to be grappling with in like living forever? And as he started writing it, he sort of said, well, it's kind of going to be impossible to show forever. Why don't I make it into a time loop? He was the one who came up with the idea of not forever but 10,000 years. And the script that he initially wrote was a little darker, a little bit more philosophical, and so that's the sort of base of this soup.
And it should be said that that's the one that Bill Murray liked best.
Well, yes, for sure.
Yes.
Eventually, this finds its way to Harold Ramis, who sees the opportunity here for a bigger, broader comedy with more appeal, and he layers over it the romantic thing, the part where it, I think, becomes a little bit more of a parable, because he sort of scrubs out some of the existential nature of a time loop going on and on and on and on, and instead shows a man who's improving over time, shows a man who can get out of the time loop, and also makes it funny and accessible along the way. So I think the fact that it lived sort of both lives on its way to the screen is in its favor in this case. I mean, sometimes I think when you have multiple writers on a project, it sort of loses its way. But in this, I think what you have is this is one of the things that makes it a perfect script. This is one of these things that a lot of people refer to as sort of a perfect script. And I think it is that marrying of those kind of really deep philosophical underpinnings, but also the accessibility.
Also, commercially, Danny could not sell that script, the dark script before.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
To say nothing of probably what would happen today. Again, our number is 617-338-3838. We're talking about the movie Groundhog Day. How does it play today? How does it play as you approach the upcoming Groundhog Day? Again, 617-338-3838. Let's go to our first caller, Mike from Somerville. You're on the air. Hi, Mike.
Hi, how are you?
Great, thank you. What are your thoughts on Groundhog Day?
I have a long relationship with the movie. I really loved it when I first saw it a long time ago, and started off just curating a watch group with my friends with movies with a similar time loop plot, because I got really interested in it. Just started collecting those movies, and then started maybe 5 or 6 years ago holding a Groundhog Day party every year for my friends, and it is a puzzle-based time loop that the whole party is caught in.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, need to figure out how to get out. The other host and I are just putting on a show, and putting them through puzzles at this party, and then they try to heist the party and escape.
Mike, your connection's a little bad, but I'm going to take a risk and ask you one question. Just give us an example of how you create this puzzle, this time loop puzzle at your annual party.
Yeah, sure. The party is basically just what I tell everybody is the traditional Groundhog Day game that they probably remember from being kids, and it's basically really, really random in a way that you could never possibly win on the first try. And as they go through it many times, they learn that they need to stack the deck of cards that I've put around the house and swap out coin for a unfair double-headed coin behind my back, and conduct this sort of heist so that the randomness goes their way.
Well, thank you.
Oh, interesting.
Mike, great idea for a party. Thank you for being our first call on Groundhog Day today. Again, our number is 617-300-3838, 617-300-3838 to call or text. Or if you're brave enough here at the library, you can come to our crowd mic that we have right here to weigh in on Groundhog Day. Before we go to break, let's just talk a little bit about the puzzle nature, which, if you watch on repeated viewings, it starts to appear as a puzzle. Somebody pointed out to me that there is a kid, a little boy in a wheelchair at one point, who of course you later recognize as somebody that Bill Murray rescues from falling from a tree so that he doesn't break his leg, because of course he figures out the town, he figures out how things are playing out day by day. So it becomes an even more impressive movie when you see everything that's plotted out visually before us.
And I have to mention the music. George Fenton was in charge of it, and it's on the nose perfectly. So at the beginning is "I'm Your Weatherman," and then a little bit later on it's like "You Don't Know Me," and then as we go on later, the last song is about "I Found My Love" or something. I mean, it's fascinating all the way through the movie. It's just hitting just right.
And also, the puzzles, yes, but also the clues that are dropped. Again, I think this is one of the fun things about trying to figure out exactly how long he's been in it. But, a good example of that for me is one of the first things that we see in the movie as an example that time has passed is when he has worked out the timing of when to walk up and pick up this bag of money that gets dropped off of an armored car, right? So on the face, you could look at that and say, all right, well, it's, it took him however long it would take somebody to kind of work that timing out. However, there's this great little detail for me in that he knows at this point already both of the names of the men who are in that armored car. So that right there is
and the woman who comes up to talk to them.
Exactly. So that's a little clue that it's been longer than you think it has been, because not only has he worked out the timing of that, but he has also learned the names of 3 different people. So I think it's a lot more time than people are. I think it's way more than 20 or 30 or 40 years. I think it's closer to 200 years.
Oh, my God.
Well, we are talking about the 1993 comedy Groundhog Day. I'm joined by Culture Show co-host Callie Croxley and Edgar B. Herrick III, and we want to take your take on this time loop classic. Is it still funny, still moving, still strange in the best way? The conversation continues on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Arun Rolfe. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, what we know about Governor Healey's proposed state budget, Boston's Museum of Fine Arts is announcing significant layoffs, and 40 years after the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded, we remember Krista McAuliffe, the New Hampshire public school teacher who died along with 6 other crew members, and the lasting impact she had on her community. It's all starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Cambridge Savings Bank, where they are committed to your financial well-being, and community is at the core of everything they do. Cambridge Savings Bank. Always you. More at cambridgesavings.com, member FDIC. And Boston Harbor Hotel, celebrating the 37th annual Boston Wine and Food Festival with winemaker-hosted dinners, seminars, and more from January through March. Details at boswineandfoodfestival.com. And Concord Park, a Volunteers of America senior community in Concord, Mass., offering seniors the privacy and independence of their own apartment home, as well as care and support to help meet their needs now and as they age. ConcordPark.org.
I'm Callie Crossley. All too often, a lot of very important news flies under the radar.
Learn about the small stories before they become big headlines on my podcast, Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, available wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. If you're just tuning in, welcome to our Wednesday watch party. I'm joined by Culture Show co-hosts Callie Crossley and Edgar B. Horwick III, and today we're talking about Groundhog Day in advance of the upcoming Groundhog Day, the 1993 comedy that turned a simple time loop gimmick into a rom-com and arguably one of Bill Murray's defining performances. If you want to give us a call, our number is 617-338-3838. Critics embraced it, audiences turned it into a classic, and philosophers and theologians have been arguing about it ever since. Is Phil Connors damned, enlightened, or just deeply bored? So again, we want to hear from you. Does Groundhog Day still resonate? What scenes do you play over and over and over in your head? Can you ever hear I've Got You, Babe without thinking about that alarm clock? Call or text us at 617-300-3838. Again, the number is 617-300-3838, or if you're here at the library, we do have our crowd mic right here with us. I have to tell you, in going back and watching it, it was not unlike the same experience I had watching It's a Wonderful Life, where I thought, my goodness, this is really, really dark, because Bill Murray's character is so dark, and he's so narcissistic, and he's a he is a bad actor for a lot of it, until it turns, it almost feels Black Mirror-ish, and of course this preceded Black Mirror by a large stretch. And then to also have this acknowledgement by Bill Murray that there is no tomorrow, and that means there are no consequences, which puts this, if you're putting yourself into the film, you think about, well, what would I do? Especially if you know that you can get away with just about anything because the whole clock gets reset after 24 hours.
Yeah, you know what? That's why I can't watch It's a Wonderful Life for that point.
That's why I have never gone back to watch it after that first time.
Really? No, I find it very dark.
Really?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I can't. But, this, because of the comedy pieces of this, that really lightens it in many ways. And I will, speaking of you talking about there's no consequences, let's listen to this clip, and I'm going to pull it now. This is after he's realized he has no consequences. He's at the diner, he's deep into the time loop, and he's attempting to explain his situation to Rita, his producer.
Who is your perfect guy?
No.
Well, first of all, he's too humble to know he's perfect.
That's me.
He's intelligent, supportive, funny.
Intelligent, supportive, funny. Me.
Well, so there he is manipulating time, because he's taken all of his opportunity with her to learn about her so that he can use it with her the next day, so that she can manipulate her falling in love with him.
Right. But then at another point, which really, I think, demonstrates his understanding he has no consequences. He's at the diner, and he's trying to tell Rita that he has no consequences.
I'm a god.
You're God.
I'm a god. I'm not the god. I don't think.
Because you survived a car wreck? You folks ready to order?
I didn't just survive a wreck. I wasn't just blown up yesterday. I have been stabbed, shot, poisoned, frozen, hung, electrocuted, and burned.
Oh, really?
And every morning I wake up without a scratch on me, not a dent in the fender. I am an immortal.
Special today is blueberry waffles.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I want you to believe in me.
You're not a god. You can take my word for it. This is 12 years of Catholic school talking.
I could come back if you're not ready.
So that's what I mean about the comedy layered over.
Yeah, but you know what? It's really interesting, because this is a real turning point in the movie.
It is.
And the thing is when he's talking about being stabbed, shot, poisoned, frozen, hung, electrocuted, right? The fact of the matter is, in most of these cases, this is him trying to kill himself.
That's
Again,
right.
we're in a comedy, but this shows that point of there's somewhere in this period of time where you're realizing that you're living the same day over and over again, where you're like, I'm over it, I need to get out of this.
Exactly.
And then it becomes it's slightly like a horror movie in that he's trying to kill himself and he can't. And when he finally says, because I want you to believe in me, I think you could argue that's sort of the first crack. That's the first moment where he is taking a step towards salvation.
But at the same time, he understands that whatever he's telling her now is going to go away. So even if she began to believe, so he's in this weird situation.
But he's in need right there. He's saying, I need you to believe in me.
Exactly.
Like, because he's losing it.
And he's found the way to the end of the game. Again, our number is 617-300-3838. We have a texter, an anonymous texter from Lowell saying, looking back, I realized the way this changed Phil, again, the Bill Murray character, is the same way artificial intelligence is trained.
Oh.
Yeah, consuming, learning everything and adapting. Very intuitive there. Let's go to our callers, and Mark calling from Rhode Island. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Thanks so much for calling.
Thank you for taking my call. I was actually married on Groundhog Day in a snowstorm in Melrose in 1985. And, actually, and I love this movie. I mean, I've seen it probably 7 or 8 times whenever it comes on TV, which it often does this time of year.
Yeah.
And, it kind of reminds me to be the better part of myself, because I think life is a journey of trying to be a better you, and I have, not the movie particularly, but that's kind of what I believe in. So anyway, I try to be nice to my wife, basically. And we've been married now for almost 41 years.
Congratulations.
Yes.
So that you've had 41 years of Groundhog Days, the anniversary celebration, which is kind of Groundhog Day-ish, right? Doing the same thing on Groundhog Day each year.
Yeah, kind of. That movie has a special irony for me.
Yeah.
Oh, how funny.
Well, Mark, happy upcoming anniversary, and thanks for the call today. That's fantastic. So I think, what if we look at the casting about this, too?
Yeah.
It's interesting to note that a couple of people turned this down. If, again, we're looking at the early 1990s. So Tom Hanks turned this down because he thought that people could only ever see him as a nice guy. So what kind of arc would he have in this film if he were to play a bad guy then turn to a nice guy? Although I think with A League of Their Own, he was kind of a little on the ornery side.
He was more of a grump than a bad guy.
But the other guy who turned this down was Michael Keaton, who of course was coming, it was a couple of years off of Batman success, but the sequel had come after, and he just didn't see it. He said subsequently he didn't get it, and now largely regrets turning this down because, of course, it would have been perhaps one of the biggest hits of his career, although he's had a lot of hits. But this really, it's like any of these projects, it becomes impossible to think of anybody in the role except for Bill Murray.
Well, first of all, with Michael Keaton, I don't know that he could get as kind of unlikable at the beginning.
I think he could.
Do you think?
I think. I don't know that he would have been as unlikable, but I think Michael Keaton can play dark very well. I think Michael Keaton is an incredible actor and would have been great in this. But he himself did say, I couldn't have done Bill Murray. Though, in fairness, to a certain way of looking at it, I would say Michael Keaton is kind of in the lesser sequel to this movie. So Harold Ramis and him teamed up for Multiplicity in '96.
Oh, that's true.
And to me, that's like the lesser version of this. In Multiplicity, he keeps getting clones, so he's sort of playing himself over and over and over again. So it's it's not a time loop, but they're trying to draw a similar thing, and that is not as deep, and it's a little bit lighter, and it's not quite as funny.
Yeah.
But it feels to me like they did sort of try to do
So that was his second chance.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Well, looks like we have somebody who stepped up to our crowd. Mike, do you have a comment about the film, sir? No, you're just watching there.
He's just standing near the mic.
In which case, we'll go to Aaron in Brookline. Hi, Aaron.
Hi. I'm so bummed I can't be there with you guys today. PSA, slush is also slippery. I slipped and borked my back today. So
oh, no. Sorry to hear that.
I didn't have any meetings. It would have been great. But anyway. So I do not remember how I felt about this movie when I saw it when I was young. I definitely saw it at the Coolidge 10 to 15 years ago. Don't remember getting the hot take I got on it this year. But anyway, I watched it on Sunday. Good night to watch a movie. And I just found myself so deeply disturbed by the segment of the movie where he's manipulating Rita and learning everything about her. And I promise you, every woman who is at BPL right now has at one time or another felt like Prey.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just like, it was a deep, visceral, really bothered me. And I think he cleaned it up at the end of the movie and I felt better about it. But over the last few days, that's really the enduring feeling I have felt. Like, and I'm older, I've been out in the world, and honestly, since Cheeto and Chief 1.0, I notice a lot more, and things that didn't used to bother me do, so maybe that's it. But anyway, that part was a real bummer.
Thank
Very
you, Aaron,
valid.
for the
Yeah,
call. Yeah,
absolutely.
I think we were all. I think
Yes.
especially, I don't know, Edgar, how often you had seen it in between, but yeah, I think I can speak for Callie too.
Yes.
For two people who hadn't seen it in maybe the 30-something years since
Yeah.
it was made, it was shocking, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of that type of behavior was shown so much more commonly in that era on screen as just like normal bad behavior, right? Whereas I think in the context of today, you still would have had him as a bad guy, but I think it would have been slightly different.
Well, it couldn't fit into a comedy. It would have to play so differently.
Yeah,
and then I think
right.
you're treading further into Black Mirror territory, which is what part of what makes it so fascinating is that it is played as a comedy from these icons of that era.
Yeah.
You know that Harold Ramis is behind the scenes. You've got Andy McDowell, who's just so bright in this film, and Bill Murray, who's known almost exclusively for that. To tread into this subject matter, it's so incongruous.
Well, let me point out that there is a moment in the film, I don't know which iteration of The Loop, where she says, what's going on here?
Yeah, she's like, are you making a list? She's like, are you making a list? Yeah.
What, and so you that's palpable, her fear that has been articulated by our caller. Like, this is not good. What's happening here? And I would note that there's just maybe a couple of other of the dark pieces of the movie, that and the death of the old man.
Yeah.
To me, really sort of yank you back out of the comedic, and he doesn't put any comedy around those scenes per se, you know.
Yeah.
And I've thought to myself, why, for example, did the old man die? Spoiler alert if you haven't watched the movie. And that didn't change. Like, I don't get that part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a recognition of life. For people who haven't seen it, there are a couple of things he does. There's a boy that he needs to catch falling out of a tree so that he doesn't break his leg. There's a person who's homeless who he has to rescue and feed and try to prevent his death. As Callie said, that doesn't work. But it's giving him these lessons in life and also recognizing how far he can take his newfound abilities over these many, many days. Our number is 617-300-3838. Again, 617-300-3838 to call or text. Let's go to Mike in Dartmouth. Hi, Mike. Mike, are you there?
We've lost Mike.
Or he's on mute.
Mike's not on his mic.
He's gone back to watch more. Oh. Okay, you're back. What did you think of my Groundhog Day, Mike?
Well, I love the movie, but I thought it was like 7/8 of a great movie. He needed to go back into real life and face a problem or something and show how much he grew from all of his lessons in his time loop. If it's just, if he and McDowell had gone off, instead of just, riding off into, had, encountered something that in his old life he would have screwed up, but with his new lessons, he figures out a way to get through it.
Interesting.
So I just wish, when I saw it, I thought the ending was just a little too pat, and I just wanted him to face something and show us how much he learned.
But
anybody could do it if you have a million tries, right?
Well, but Mike, could you not argue that when Andy wakes up and the cycle is broken, they are now in real life? Now, you don't see them facing a problem, but they're actually in real life. And the first thing he says is, "Why don't we live here?" Which is
very
big for him.
Different.
Yeah.
But it's not a problem that before he would have screwed up and she would have looked sideways at him.
Well,
I just want that's all.
That's fair.
But that was been my impression since I saw the movie. So when I heard you guys talking about it, I said, well, I'm going to throw in my 2 cents.
Love it.
Oh, no.
No, it's great, Mike.
no.
I have to agree with you because I did, in watching it a couple of nights ago, I realized that it does speed up a little bit at the end,
Yeah, it
so that
does.
it is moving pretty quickly to his redemption.
But that's why I thought at my initial looking at it years ago that it was about, love changes you at the end. And to a larger, broader extent, that is true. That's what we're saying. Because
It's true that love changes you?
Well, because if you look at the language, the 5 love languages, one of them is that I particularly like is acts of service.
Oh.
And what happens as he's changing is he's performing acts of service.
That's right.
And giving himself as a gift through all of it. Gifts are another love language.
Yeah.
So thank you, Gary Chapman, who wrote the book about the five love languages. But I'm just saying. So I thought to myself, that actually is the surface. Then you can go deeper as we have about how he achieved that and what this means at every step of the way.
All right, well, our number to weigh in on Groundhog Day is 617-300-3838 to call or text. We're talking about the 1993 comedy Groundhog Day. I'm joined by Culture Show co-hosts Callie Crossley and Edgar B. Horwick III. The conversation continues on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The origin story of the human species is something of a puzzle. Fossil evidence is hard to find.
The evidence are limited because it's very complicated to find a whole individual with all the data that you need to explain the things.
But scientists in Morocco think they found a significant clue. That story is next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Bonsai Bar, hosting pop-up beginner bonsai workshops at breweries across New England. Hands-on classes provide guidance in the basics of bonsai design and care in a group setting. More at bonsaibar.com. And Brightbound. Careers aren't one size fits all, and Brightbound helps students as young as middle school identify their strengths and find careers that fit them just right. Learn more at britebound.org. And Speakeasy Stage, presenting Job, the relentless psychological thriller for the digital age. Now playing through February 7th at Speakeasy Stage. SpeakeasyStage.com.
GBH Daily is a newsletter that keeps you informed, connected, and ready to go every weekday morning. You can subscribe today and get it in your inbox at gbh.org/daily.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. As we head into the actual Groundhog Day, we're spending this month's Wednesday watch party revisiting the movie that made that coarse, bushy-tailed Punxsutawney Phil an international star. Groundhog Day, a movie that's turned repetition into revelation. From slapstick pratfalls to quiet moral awakening, it's a movie that keeps looping back into the culture, quoted, parodied, and reinterpreted every February 2nd. I'm here with Callie Crossley and Edgar B. Horwick III, and we want your take. What do you notice when you rewatch Groundhog Day today? Call or text us at 617-300-3838. Again, our number is 617-300-3838. I love to go back to the trivia of this, too. Like the original casting, Tom Hanks or Michael Keaton, before you get to Bill Murray. Also, I missed this. Usually I catch this, but there is a pretty big star who has this very minor role during the dance scene toward the end of the film, and that would be one Michael Shannon. And apparently that was his first role, and apparently he made Bill Murray angry by he was listening.
Oh, really?
Bill Murray was listening to the Talking Heads, and Michael Shannon walked up to him because he loved the Talking Heads. Said, "Oh, do you like this band?" Realizing that was a dumb question to ask because why would he be listening to it otherwise? But yeah, you see a very young Michael Shannon in his first role.
I had never caught that until this, just rewatching it again for this, and I've definitely seen it since before. Like I've seen it in the last few years, but I never clocked Michael Shannon until this time, and my jaw dropped. I was like, "Oh my God, it's Michael Shannon!" But speaking of folks in the movie, we've got Stephen Tobolowsky as Ned Ryerson, who is just absolutely ridiculous and delightful in this movie. It's a running bit. Ned Ryerson is like presumably a high school classmates of Phil's, and he runs into him. So here's Phil's first interaction with Ned Ryerson, the pesky insurance salesman and old high school classmate.
You know, whenever I see an opportunity now, I charge it like a bull. Ned the Bull, that's me now. You know, I got friends of mine who live and die by the actuarial tables, and I say, hey, it's all one big crapshoot anywho. Tell me, have you ever heard of single premium life? Because I think that really could be the ticket for you. Oh, God! It is so good to see you. What are you doing for dinner?
Something else. It's been great seeing you, Needlehead. Take care.
Watch out for that first step. It's a doozy.
And so, of course, he has multiple interactions with Routed here. Eventually, a little later in the time loop, this is a reaction from Phil to Ned.
Hey, Phil? Phil? Hey, Phil Connors.
Ned?
That is a punch in the face. Now, are you familiar? Now, we talked about the fact this is maybe a parable. We talked about the fact that there's a sort of a Christian interpretation of this. Are you familiar with the Ned Ryerson is the devil theory?
I think it's fascinating.
It is fascinating.
So there is the idea that he is, in fact, the devil, right?
Yeah.
And so when he says, watch that first step, it's a doozy, that is when Phil actually enters the time loop, and he's talking about his first step into the time loop. And there are indications along the way that each of these interactions that Ned is having with him are maybe Ned sort of knows that they have had multiple interactions. Like at one point, I think he says to him, "You're on fire today, Phil." And like to sort of be like today as opposed to another day sort of indicates that maybe Ned Ryerson sort of knows. And then, of course, on the last day that he spends in the loop, in addition to all of the stuff where he's acting much more human and he's being quite kind to Andy McDowell and all of the people of the town, he also buys a bucket load of insurance from the devil, thus, in a way, selling his soul to the devil to get out of the time loop.
Yeah, because he had never signed that contract.
He had never done it
before that.
But remember now, there was one encounter before you did not mention when he grabs him and hugs him a little too long.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, this is an interesting scene that I don't think we would see again.
No, that would not be in the movie today either. I totally agree with you, Callie. Yeah.
No, let's go back to our callers, and we'll go to Stephen calling from Westboro. Hi, Stephen.
Hello. When I saw the movie, I had trouble forgiving the character Phil because even though in the end he did all these nice things and helped so many people, he's still a horrible person along the way. And who knows? I mean, he's horrible on screen and presumably even worse off screen.
It's a great point.
Yes, and he was.
He was, yeah. Apparently, the relationship between Bill Murray and Harold Ramis, they had done Ghostbusters together, they had done Stripes together. It never was repaired until years and years and years later when Harold Ramis was really sick. That was the only time they reunited. It totally fractured. So did the relationship with the Groundhog, which apparently bit Bill Murray a couple of different times.
I think he's right about that. Yeah, that was definitely some off. I mean, that's why Bill Murray can play that sort of unlikable character. I do want to point out another person in the film that I had never noticed before at the very top, and that's the actor. His first name is Willie. He's became a regular on Sex and the City. He played Stanford.
Oh, right, yeah.
The best friend of Sarah Jessica Parker, Carrie Bradshaw.
Well, again, our number is 617-300-3838. Let's go to Joanne calling from Sandwich. Hi, Joanne.
Hi, everyone. I'm absolutely loving this conversation. One of my favorite all-time movies.
Awesome.
I wanted to circle back to what Kelly was saying earlier about the music being so spot on. And I think it's one of my favorite things about this movie. One of my favorite scenes or sequences is when he finds out all this information about her. He realizes she wants him to play an instrument to be perfect. And the next scene is him in the piano teacher's house. The little girl's being hustled out. And then they flash to the party, and she's asking, "Oh, is Phil coming? Oh, I think he's in there." And there he is playing, and it's sort of a love song that he's playing that becomes a theme for them, and it just ties it all in for one of the lighter moments. Because I do agree with the talk that there's a lot of layers to this movie.
I agree totally. It's fabulous.
Yeah, it's good. I love the little touches, like the fact that his character's name is Phil, like Punxsutawney Phil, which is the name of the Groundhog. And I also love the fact, and it's nice because it sort of signals at the beginning. I mean, at the beginning you're not supposed to like Bill Murray, right? But the fact that his weather forecast is wrong on the day, right? His whole thing, like, you don't need that in the movie, but it's just so good that, like, he says that the storm is going to slide right on by. They're not going to get the storm, and they get the storm. That like, not only is he all of these things, an egotist, he's a jerk to his colleagues, but he's a bad weatherman. Like, that's so great.
It is. I love it. The music is fabulous. I mean, it's good enough to just be a soundtrack on its own.
Sure.
It's really good.
So, Edgar, as the Pennsylvania guy, are you upset that this was not actually filmed in Pennsylvania?
Nah, not really. I mean, I think it's probably fine. And in those days, back in the 90s, they weren't doing as much like on location, location shooting. I do feel like that's one of those things we think about now, where they are much more willing to kind of, sort of take a film crew on the road and shoot in different locales. Obviously, we've had a lot of movies shoot here in the Boston area. Back then, it wasn't happening. I think if they did it today, they probably would go to Pennsylvania.
Only if they had the tax credits that Kelly and I are always talking about.
That's a good point. I mean, that's a good point.
Correct.
For people wondering, they filmed it in Woodstock, Illinois. They didn't film it in Pennsylvania. And they filmed it between March and June. Yeah. I kept paying attention to the leaves and stuff, thinking, they're all bundled up is the word I'm looking for. Yeah, they're down, and no, some of those days were really hot, apparently.
Also, it was released on February 12th, which is after Groundhog Day. So obviously, I think the idea there, it was probably a Friday, right? And that's Valentine's Day weekend. It is a romantic comedy, so that makes sense.
Right.
But I do wonder why they didn't release it a couple of weeks earlier so that it was in
weren't
theaters
ready.
on Groundhog Day.
If only they had better marketing 30 years ago.
They did fine. It did well at the box office.
Our number is 617-300-3838. Let's go to CJ calling from Rhode Island. Hi, CJ.
Hi. So as I'm listening, and one of the modern day takes on Groundhog Day that I always love to talk to people about is actually Russian Doll, the Netflix series.
Yes.
And that was actually released in the winter time to take advantage of, the cold, snowy winter of 2019. And I always try to explain it to people when it came out. I was like, think Groundhog Day if it was directed by David Lynch and starring Natasha Lyonne.
Yeah. Yes,
and
that's good.
It has a lot of really similar parables in terms of like the religious quest. She goes into Judaism. She gets into all these different aspects of, okay, how does this all interconnect? She dies multiple times. She starts keeping track of her death. She's also a dark, kind of cynical character that's kind of out there for herself. She's not a very nice person in the beginning. Takes her a lot to figure out and learn from what she's done. And there's a lot of extreme similarities in terms of like trying to save the homeless man. At one point, she herself freezes to death in the effort to try to save the homeless man from freezing to death. So I think it's kind of fascinating. And once again, also great soundtrack. It also keeps you around for the ride.
Yes.
Yeah.
That repetitive nature, those little things that change also. And she starts noticing the changes and the world's crumbling and falling apart. She's also a computer programmer in this case. So there's actually some interesting, like, weird Matrix-like things that get stitched into this. I thought it was really kind of fun, modern take on it. But it's like Russian Doll would never have existed if Groundhog Day had not existed. And as you mentioned about A Christmas Carol and all these other, things that predate it, there's a lot of things that feed into that. And I also think Russian Doll was actually able to lean harder into a lot of the dark themes that you couldn't have gotten away with a 1993 romantic comedy that was released in theaters.
CJ, I couldn't agree with you more.
Yes.
I really loved that show, Russian Doll, on Netflix, and I agree with you that Groundhog Day created this vocabulary for us that made us appreciate Russian Doll in a new era even more profoundly because we already had that baseline of information. Thank you so much for the call and that comparison.
Yeah.
If people haven't checked it out, it's on Netflix,
Agreed.
and it's a terrific show.
Yeah, and they use that great Harry Nilsson song, sort of as the Sonny and Cher song. The other show that I was thinking about is The Good Place.
Yeah.
I don't know if folks watch The Good Place, but that also kind of goes through the exercise of saying, like, okay, you're alive forever in a way, right?
Yes.
And
in
like
the afterlife.
And you've got multiple cracks at it to do X and Y and Z, and it is also, in many ways a story of self-improvement over time. But I think it takes it to a sort of natural, it takes it further than this does, in so much as they're grappling with what do you do with endless time, and then what do you do when you've kind of improved as much as you can improve, but still have more time, then what do you do?
So that's a really good point.
Yeah, so it sort of takes it another step further, which is really interesting.
And I'll mention Palm Springs with Andy Samberg, which I think is more of a comedic take, and like the time loop thing, except there are two people, he and the woman he's with they're attending a wedding, but they never get to the wedding.
Yeah.
Because the wedding's the next day, but they're in the day before. Over and over and over again.
We have a text from Jesse from Cambridgeport saying, I think of Andie MacDowell when I remember the film. All of her emotional range, face, and voice expressions. She is the bright light of the story. Sorry, Bill. She is really radiant in that film.
She's beautiful.
She just brings this great purity to that film. So we go back to our cars. We'll go to Jason in the car. Hi, Jason.
Hi there. So just wanted to comment. I was studying at the time Zen Buddhism at school, and I had a professor who used to talk a lot about reincarnation, and the goal of enlightenment was to get off this wheel of samsara. And I always think of Groundhog Day as kind of that representation of, reincarnating until you actually reach this enlightened point, and then you can move on to that, whatever level. But it just, I love that you guys are talking about it. I love the movie, and it always reminds me of that.
Well, also, Ramus said that his wife had been attending Buddhist centers or gatherings for years.
Oh, I love it.
So he was well aware of the Buddhism kind of
approach,
approach and layer that he injected into the movie.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so great.
I have to say, the one scene that always stuck with me from watching it as a kid was the part where you've already played, where he robs he doesn't even really rob, he just kind of walks away with the money from the Brinks truck or the armored car. And it always, for some reason, that moral quandary always stuck with me. If you know you can get away with something, would you do it? And again, knowing that it gets reset at the end of the day. And then the added element to that of, so you rob this truck, you get all of this money, and then what do you do with it in just one day? And we see, to some extent, how that plays out, a couple of scenes.
But I think it's smart, the movie smartly, that's early in it, and some of the other things that he's doing, like, meeting some of the women about town and like all of that, he goes through that thing early, I think. Early in the process, he goes through I can get away with anything I want. And I think the implication is that eventually becomes hollow, that eventually is something that is not that fun, and you've got to go on to the next stage and find some other thing to actually give life some meaning. So I think that's very thoughtfully placed as the first thing he starts to do.
And also, just to add to that, he's doing a lot of this stuff over and over again, trying to learn Rita in the movie. And when she's suspicious about why he's learning it, then as he continues to do it, he realizes it's really less about impressing her, that he really likes her, and that she is a wonderful, kind person, and that's just not somebody he's been around for an extent to change him in a way, to bring the coffee to the crew or inquire about people's children and all of that.
And all the way at the end, we don't know to what degree their relationship is consummated, which apparently was a debate on the set too, and that's why there was a debate about whether he should wake up in that bed with her with his shirt off that day that he finally makes it to the next day. So much of it is ambiguous. Well, that is it for our conversation about Groundhog
Let's
Day.
do it again tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. You can tune in tomorrow or watch us on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's our Wednesday watch party. We'll be talking about Groundhog Day with Edgar B. Heroic III and Callie Crossley. We're taking your calls.
Well
what did you
played,
think of the
sir.
film? Does it still hold up? Just kidding. Can you imagine if we were just done that to everybody? Awful, awful, awful. No, instead we'll take you inside the 25 hours of the New Bedford Whaling Museum's Moby Dick Marathon. Plus, Culture Show contributor Julia Swanson is here to give new meaning to street art with a look at a walking path in downtown Boston that is literally paved with public art. Thanks to Henry Santoro for curating our Culture Cast. Today's engineer is Bill Piazzatelli. The BPL technical, and this part I do every day, so it just rolls off my tongue. This is Groundhog Day. Our technical and logistics crew, Maddie Geyer, Bill Francis, Andrew Lopez-Burke, Juan Jose Cadena, Chris Hanks, Pat Lally, Olivia Corcio, and also thanks to the new Newsfeed Cafe. Thank you to everyone who came down here to be with us today. We appreciate you. If you ever miss us here on the radio, check out our podcast wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.